is, again, in a way, this is a story about a ratio. What is the share? There's a numerator and a denominator. What is the share of total economic activity in a place that is accounted for by federal money? And when that total economic activity declines, and in some places, again, it's because of events, in world trade that have become very much part of politics since the rise of Donald Trump, that changes the equation, and the federal money begins to account for more. And again, if you go back into 1970, the only places that were significantly reliant were Appalachia, parts of, J.D. Vance's part of Kentucky, probably, and Native American lands, some parts of the rural South, places where there was real poverty. And the number of places that count federal money as a big part of the income in that county has just continued to rise. And part of that is because the federal government is putting out more, and the safety net has expanded with things like the tax credits, the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, Obamacare subsidies. But also it's the decline of other economic activity in those places as a share of total income in the county.
You write about demographics and the economy and polling and politics and stuff. The Republic, just looking at the presidential campaign for a second, Republicans are, of course, trying to tie Kamala Harris to everything that people think is wrong with the what used to be just the Biden administration. Now it's the Biden-Harris administration. Is it sticking? It seems, is she able to slip the noose on tying what people perceive as a bad economy with Biden policies? It seems like she's in other words, she's polling better on the economy than Biden did, and it's the same economy.
The polling seems to be pretty clear that people are using two lenses to see Kamala Harris. I work on our Wall Street Journal polling, and the first thing to say about Kamala Harris is she's gone from being either a blank slate or viewed negatively by Americans by and large, to being someone who's in a much, much stronger position, who's viewed more favorably than unfavorably, who is much more well-defined. Whatever you thought of that presidential debate, it showed her as someone who can stand on a stage and give as well as she gets and stand up to an aggressive, persona like Donald Trump. This has gotten her pretty far. But when you ask people, what do you think of the job she's doing as vice president? Those numbers are still pretty bad, and they still seem to be fairly equivalent to the way people assess Joe Biden. But when you ask people other things about her kind of independently, does this person have the experience to be president? Does she care about people like you? Will this person stand up for the American worker? She's viewed much more favorably. And it seems that people are viewing her in her role as vice president one way, and her view as a presidential candidate in a different way and much more independently. That is what this campaign is being fought over right now. It's that last couple of percent of voters who are going to decide this thing.
Aaron Zitner, reporter, editor with the Wall Street Journal, and the study we were talking about there really is, it's a little bit hard to talk about because, like you said, it's a very graphically driven story, but if anybody feels like checking it out, it really is striking to see the maps and how little it's lit up in 1970 compared to today in terms of where that federal spending is going.
Yeah, this is the proverbial, the picture is worth 1,000 words.
Aaron, thanks. Good to talk to you.
Hey, good to be with you. Thanks for your interest.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-907-8429. 888-907-8429. That's 888-907-8429.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challengers for exhilarating adventures and formidable terrain. But it's not just performance that makes these cars special. It's the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Available all-wheel drive on Pilot based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and say hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume from New Nordic.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. The number of people killed by Hurricane Helene is up to at least 215. President Biden Thursday saying,
"Folks, this entire project is going to cost billions of dollars. Not tens of thousands, not millions, not a billion, billions of dollars."
And the president saying a supplemental aid package can't wait until after the election. The strike by dock workers suspended for more than 3 months. The Longshoremen's Association agreeing on Thursday to a revised wage offer from the U.S. Maritime Alliance. And 3 former Memphis police officers found guilty of obstruction of justice for the beating death of Tyree Nichols. Benjamin Crump, the Nichols family attorney, says,
"So the family was very relieved that the killers of Tyree Nichols have been taken into custody and have been found guilty."
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Mets will continue playing in October. The Mets defeated the Milwaukee Brewers 4-2 in Game 3 of their wildcard series, and they did it in dramatic fashion. Down 2 runs in the top of the 9th, Mets first baseman Pete Alonso stepped to the plate with 2 runners on and delivered a go-ahead 3-run home run to the opposite field. New York closed it out in the bottom half, and they now move on to face the Phillies in the division series. It will be the first postseason matchup between the NL East rivals, with Game 1 scheduled for Saturday at 4:08 Eastern in Philadelphia. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I love everything Tom Brady had to say. Those are the glimpses of the great Tom Brady that you're going to catch every now and again on these broadcasts. And I thought it was a very genuine and awesome moment for him and to talk about this in Baker Mayfield. And no disrespect to Baker Mayfield,
no.
who's doing a great job, and he's just a different dude. And but you could say that about all 32 quarterbacks currently in the NFL. They're different dudes. Maybe Aaron Rodgers possesses some of that, but Aaron Rodgers has won one Super Bowl over the course of his career. He's not Tom Brady. There's just not many guys wired like Brady that's going to demand excellence like that. Steve Kerr talked a lot about this with Michael Jordan. Said it took him a couple years, or at least a full season, to get comfortable playing with the demands of Michael Jordan, because you feel the pressure from him more than anyone else when you're a teammate of Michael Jordan's. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Rolls-Royce is expanding on its reputation for hand-tooled luxury, but in 4 locations around the world, you can order a Rolls-Royce built to your specifications.
This is a growing aspect of our business.
Chris Brownridge is CEO of Rolls-Royce Motor Cars.
What we're seeing is increasing demand from our clients for more and more bespoke and personal motor cars.
The luxury automaker has opened a Rolls-Royce private office in Manhattan. Brownridge says that network allows clients to build a car that's personalized, even to the extent of adding locally sourced artwork.
They could meet the team and we could work with them to create their own bespoke Rolls-Royce.
In Shanghai, he says the concept caught on quickly.
In the first 6 months of the private office being open, we had engagements with more than 200 clients.
The list price for a standard Rolls-Royce Ghost starts at $355,000, while the bespoke version can cost millions. The most expensive was a $31 million Rolls, custom made for and commissioned by a private client. Ann Cates, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door? Get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door? Get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, October 4th. Yes, it is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am on Twitter at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, James Kelly, our associate producers. Action-packed Friday show that will include our buddy Sean Farish, live from Nashville, Tennessee this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. We made it. Gregory, how are you? Thought the Mets were dead last night.
I went to bed in the seventh inning when the Brewers took a 2-0 lead.
Yep, same
here. And then woke up this morning. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso and the Mets.
Yeah, Phil comes bust. Pete Alonso just went deep. I'm like, oh, so we get the Mets now. All right. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
We'll add a little extra juice to the series.
Saturday, Citizens Bank Park, 4:08 p.m. Red October start. Boy, is this crowd going to be
fired
up? Oh, man.
Start getting lubed around 9.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What?
Get out to the parking lot.
What, Diddy?
Start polishing.
Stop.
There's no Diddy party, folks. It's just Red October, baby. It's just Red October. We got a lot of good things to get to today. I need to get a couple of things off my chest with the big take first and foremost. Why is it that migrants and Ukraine comes first and America comes last? We will get to that as we put FEMA front and center. Also, we have a dock workers strike update. Disaster averted. Joe and Kamala don't get to be the heroes if they were planning on swooping in to save the day.
I don't know. They thanked Secretary Pete Buttigieg by name. So.
Oh, wow. Look at Pete. He put his boots on. He stopped chest feeding, as Greg said yesterday. And he got something accomplished. All right. We'll get to that. Also, we have to call out Politico and ABC News in regards to some media malpractice when it pertains to J.D. Vance and also Justin Trudeau. Also, ABC News, we will call you out for your debate hypocrisy, not with what you did on September 10th, but the before and after of October 1st. Also, CNN continues to tank. By the way, how is it that CNN can have in the top 20? This is not like college football rankings, but this is television news network rankings.
Yeah.
CNN only has one show in the top 25, and it's number 24.
Are you surprised?
Pretty hard to pull off, to be honest.
Anderson Cooper, is that who it is?
That is him. Yeah. Wow. Remember that back in the day when everyone was like, well, not us, but CNN. Hey, this Caitlin Collins gal, the source, the future of our network. She can't sniff the top 25.
I can't. I mean, she's really hard to watch, man.
Oh,
she
painful.
is. She's really hard to watch.
Painful. I've never done a television newscast day in my life. You put me in her seat for one day. On the first day, I'll get better numbers than she ever did.
I don't know what they were thinking, honestly. Like I
don't either.
They should have we said it months ago, maybe years ago now. They should have imploded the network and done something completely different.
Right.
Yeah. And they didn't listen to us. They're like, I know what we'll do. We'll put different people in at 9 and 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
That'll change the ratings around. No, it won't.
Yeah.
You have a broken system, right?
As these anchors' contracts come up, I'm told everybody across the board, because they're making, $5, $10, $20 million a year.
Yeah, so are we.
Yeah.
So
just like
we
radio.
wish. And so all of them taking huge pay cuts. And just because television died, but nobody seems to know it yet.
Very interesting. I thought video killed the radio star. Wasn't that the song?
Speaking of video, we're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Our buddy Wayne Bonfiglio is in the YouTube chat. I went over and I saw the FOP Lodge 56 yesterday in Berlin, New Jersey.
So you did your scouting?
I did my scouting.
Unlike snipers and counter snipers on July 13th?
I believe that is where we are. I believe that is where we are going to have the second presidential debate.
Wow.
Live in front of an audience.
Get up, Harry!
Come on. I think we'll have more details early next week. Because We're looking at Friday, October 25th.
I like that.
So we're going to do a Friday, a little breakfast.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
A little debate, a little live broadcast. You can meet Nick, Dawn, and myself. Sean Farish.
Yes.
Kamala Harris, maybe.
I'm going to be shoveling Scrapple into my face during commercials like I used to do back in the day.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. We'll have all the and we're going to do we'll have a little component where people can donate to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So it'll all be for charity.
Yes.
Dawn, did you hear that? All for charity.
I love that. So it's all for good.
All for good. You just have to come out. We don't know the details yet, but
don't worry, we'll figure it out.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm shot out of a cannon. It's Friday, and I want to go home.
Well,
Greg's like, but
yeah.
As soon as the cut,
is my job here done?
As soon as the cut sheet's over around 8:30.
Good night,
everybody. Stalker's on his way out.
I got to say, at 5:15 this morning, I'm watching the Bob Casey, Dave McCormick debate, and I'm being put to sleep. I'm just like, oh God.
All right.
Oh man.
My kids last night, the boys wanted to watch Snowfall.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened to it with my phone to my ear on KYW News Radio, our sister station, and so it was a weird experience to be watching something streaming and then listening to it.
I mean, you didn't. It was fine. Well, we have all the cuts.
My takeaway is they needed Nick Kayal to do his famous audio drops, but for McCormick to just keep, I could just see Nick going CaseySucks.com, CaseySucks.com.
I'm sure you should have got Kevin Poles for that.
I know, right?
Get
Kev.
Right now. Where's Kev at? What are you doing in Bucks County at 608? Let's go.
608, we're already off the...
Woo! That's right. We're not even into the news yet. So, big tape coming up around 7:10 today. Just like yesterday and the day before. But here we go. Let's get to the news because Dawn has a lot to get to here at 6:08. Take it away, Dawn.
Yes, sir. We sure do. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. This Friday, October 4th, Philadelphia police, I should say, investigating this shooting involving an off-duty police officer. Now, officials say the call came in, 911 call came in as an attempted carjacking. And the officials say that the alleged suspect was shot and is now in very critical condition. So this happened late last night between 11:30 and midnight, and then that scene continuing through this morning. So at the intersection of Holm Ave and Willett Street, this is in the Northeast, investigators are still trying to gather every detail, still investigating. They want to know exactly what happened leading up to this, always looking for any area cameras, whether they're city-owned surveillance cameras, private cameras. So the scene is now clear as of right now, but the intersection shut down for, like I say, about 5+ hours overnight. And there are two cars involved, at least 2 shots fired. We're told the off-duty officer's unmarked car could be seen with a shattered driver's side window, but the officer not suffering injuries that would be anything life-threatening.
Wow.
But it came in, like I say, as an attempted carjacking.
An unmarked car that doesn't have bulletproof glass? That sounds a little odd, no?
Well, that's what so if we're inferring something, I could say, reading between the lines, it sounds like somebody tried to carjack a vehicle that they did not realize was a cop.
Whoops.
Undercover cop.
Mm-hmm.
In an unmarked vehicle.
How about that for a plot twist?
Yeah, so... turning the guns.
Oh, sorry, officer. If I realized you were...
Oops.
I wouldn't have done that.
That's what it appears to be. So
All
we'll
right.
continue to, follow that one. Historic United States port strike. It's suspended. Tentative deal reached on wages. And that's according to the International Longshoremen's Association, U.S. Maritime Alliance. Obviously, it affects us here, right here in Philadelphia, not so far from where we're reporting live here at Odyssey World headquarters in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But effective immediately. So everybody's back on the job this morning.
Yes.
Only lasted 3 days.
62% raise. I nailed it. What did I say yesterday? Well, if 50's not good and 80's too much, how's 62 sound?
You did. Very
Sign
good.
me up, Chief.
Yeah.
So
the art of the deal, Dawn. I've read the book.
Yes. So that's over the 6-year contract. And so what does that mean? The typical dock worker would, by the end of this contract, right now they're making about $39 an hour. And again, on the West Coast, they're making in the upper 50s.
Yeah.
So we're looking at right now $39 an hour. Over the next 6 years, by year 6, they'll be making $63 an hour at the end of the contract.
Well, I mean, if you're making $39 an hour on a 40-hour work week with no overtime, you're grossing $81,000 a year, which would be about $100,000 a year if Trump was president.
That's true. If inflation goes down, that's much better for them, right? That's part of their negotiation. So they still didn't go through the automation. That's what they have to deal with yet.
Yeah.
January 15th, right?
Yep.
They're going to go back to the tables to. By the way, the world, this national nightmare of everybody going and picking stores clean. And the strike lasted 3 days. Mm-hmm. We are a really stupid people. We really are.
We just have a panic anxiety issue in this country. Oh my God, the world's coming to a close. Better load up, right?
No, it's social media, man. It's just everybody's like, oh, I better get out and get this strike could go on for months, years.
Had it have played out, J.P. Morgan estimated the daily cost of the strike would cost the U.S. between $3.8 and $4.5 billion per day.
Yeah.
So 3 days we'll survive. If this went 3 weeks,
3 days.
If this would have went longer,
what will we do? I don't know. They just took a long weekend.
I hope Mr. Dagger's sitting back and having a cocktail last night as he got deals, everything cooked.
He did his job.
Up. Yeah, you said it. You said he was playing the game perfectly,
Played
right?
chicken. I think he won.
Yeah.
First debate, who won? We'll talk about it. This is between U.S. Senator Bob Casey, who is a Democrat in Pennsylvania, longtime Democrat, being challenged by somebody who has never been a politician before, Republican challenger Dave McCormick on the Republican side there. Their first debate last night, pivotal race for this swing state seat, obviously, here in Pennsylvania. A lot of back and forth. I know we'll get into it. Among the topics, energy, sale of U.S. steel, tariffs, a lot of personal attacks there, and accusing each other of lying. But the next one, I will say, October 15th, here in Philadelphia 6ABC studios. So the outcome of this race, I will say, it's one of the nation's most expensive. We talked about that. Could really help determine which party controls the narrowly divided Senate.
Mm-hmm.
So the eyes of the nation on this one. And heartbreaking stories out of North Carolina, southern states. Hurricane Helene, now one of the deadliest storms to hit our nation this century. So this is your big take, right? So is this your big take today?
Yeah.
So I won't. So that's the backdrop. It's just, if you've been paying attention to social media, we were trying to get this chopper operator who's just a private chopper hero rescue operator yesterday. I hope he got to call into the Dom show, but literally yesterday, Dan Borowski got him. And as he's coming on, he tells Dan, I got a call. And this guy rescued an 11-day-old baby that was having a problem, newborn baby having problems. I mean, it's the stories are just heartbreaking and incredible.
Speaking of babies and visuals and images you'll never forget, have you guys seen the picture of the little
AI,
girl?
bro. It's AI.
Yeah, I got suckered by that with the puppy. I retweeted it, and then later they came back.
Ooh, both of you.
And they basically said, you got played. But truthfully,
well, how am I supposed to know?
Delete both your accounts, please.
But how am I supposed to know it's fake, though?
Just do a little research.
Well, they told you.
What do I search? Like,
they said
is the girl in the boat fake? Does Google answer that for me? Like,
I done pissed him off at
no, it's
6:15.
I saw it in passing. I didn't take time out of my day to fact check it. I'll call Snopes next time.
Well, this is what's good about the new Twitter, because they said this is AI, and they said look at the blurry hue to it. They went through in detail. It was kind of interesting how you can tell. But I will say that the little AI girl is alive, and we still have hundreds missing, to at least 215 dead. That's why it's one of the deadliest storms to hit the country in the century. But there are hundreds missing, and complaints that nobody. Where's FEMA? And I know you'll talk about the.
They blew their budget elsewhere.
wait till you hear where in his big take, because that's the devastating piece of this. By the way, former President Donald J. Trump will be with Republican Georgia Governor Brian Kemp today there. And I know that you'll get into Kamala Harris, where she was campaigning in Wisconsin with none other than Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney and Bruce Springsteen, apparently coming from the same script. Springsteen endorsing Kamala Harris.
Did you guys hear this?
Yeah.
Terrible.
But it sounds like what Liz Cheney said.
Yeah. He's sitting at like a diner. I just want to say
all these you've said it for years. The fake everyday man
Oh
stuff.
God, with the
holy heck,
with the flannel shirt on.
Oh.
Phil, do you have a little bit of that? Do you?
Hi, I'm Bruce Springsteen. Friends, fans, and the press have asked me who I'm supporting in this most important of elections.
It's not shocking, sir.
With full knowledge.
No. You can keep going.
My opinions no more or less important than those of any of my fellow citizens. Here's my answer. I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president and Tim Walz for vice president.
Yeah.
And opposing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Here's why.
Yeah.
We are shortly coming upon one of the most consequential elections in our nation's history.
There we go.
Perhaps not since the Civil War.
Not since the Civil War.
As this great country felt as politically, spiritually, and emotionally divided as it does then at this moment. It doesn't have to be this way.
Right.
The common values, the shared stories that make us a great and united nation.
Hey, barkeep,
are waiting to
give me
be
some scrapple.
rediscovered and retold once again. Now that will take time.
I need more jelly for my
Hard work,
toast.
intelligence, faith, and women and men with the national good guiding their hearts.
All right, there you go.
Notice he put women ahead of the men. Women and men.
You know, I know we give Farish all the love for the imitations, but we need to have Stalker do
I know, it's pretty good.
a conversation between Bruce Springsteen and RFK.
Oh my
And Greg just
gosh.
goes back and forth imitating.
That would be funny.
By the way, this diner that he's in, fake,
Yeah.
fake backdrop.
God,
Notice
yeah.
there's nobody else
Could
in
be.
there.
Yeah.
I just. Nobody was clamoring. Everybody knew who he was supporting.
Of course.
People have asked me who I'm supporting. Nobody was
Nobody
asking.
asked you.
And it was no secret. We knew.
Well, if you haven't heard, Mets won last night, so Phillies face off with the Mets, and this is the well-rested Phillies. I think
Yes.
that's the headline. The Mets just played last night, tough game.
Tough
and
game.
so Phillies,
Tough
right?
series.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tough series. And so our own Philadelphia Phillies are well-rested. 4:08 tomorrow, Citizens Bank Park. Same time, same place on Sunday.
Would you rather be rested or rusty? 610.
Well, that's the thing. The Mets have had a tough 3-game series against the Braves, or against the Brewers, and a tough 2-game series against the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man.
I think Wheeler that goes tomorrow in the first game? Yeah. They're almost a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah.
So the rested teams, Dodgers, Yankees, Phillies, and Guardians, all resting with the bye weeks and awaiting the winners, obviously, of the ALDS and the NLDS. So all starts tomorrow. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Red October.
It'll be exciting to have 80-degree weather tomorrow for baseball.
And that's it. 79 degrees
All right.
tomorrow. Beautiful, warm day. And just for you, Greg Stocker,
Yep.
we got sunshine.
Thank you.
Holy crap!
It was nice to see sunshine yesterday. Of course, I couldn't enjoy it because I was busy. But today, tomorrow, I'm excited.
We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your savings grow. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online. Earn 4% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusions for details and view their other savings options. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:20 Friday morning. Let's get to one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, America last. The Biden-Harris administration down to their final month in office. The only question that remains is whether or not half of this tandem is gone after November 5th, or if both of them are fired, ousted, and sent packing. And if you are an undecided voter, specifically in the Southeast, in states such as North Carolina and Georgia, which are razor-thin battleground states for next month's election, I can't imagine how you are currently feeling about this dopey duo and their continued attitude of America last, and how you could possibly want more of Kamala Harris in your life, whether it's disaster relief in the aftermath of another hurricane or the continued funding of foreign wars, the Biden-Harris administration continues to put Americans last while putting a higher priority on illegal immigrants and wars involving Ukraine and Iran. Here is a young female in North Carolina on Newsmax who feels like the current administration has left them stranded. Listen and watch.
When we heard that Biden was just going to be, flying around, it kind of just made us feel like, as our president, where is that guidance, where you're supposed to be kind of here helping us with this, and just almost it's almost a sense of abandonment, and like I said, it's mainly just the community coming together and helping each other out with all of this.
That lady has every right to feel that way, especially when you realize that your own government is giving billions of dollars to other nations. In 2024 alone, the United States has given $24 billion to Ukraine and $11 billion to Israel. That's just the top two expenditures to fight other nations' wars. But then you have the illegal immigrant funding, each illegal immigrant getting $9,000 as they enter our country, some of which are convicted and former murderers, rapists, and other drug dealers and fentanyl smugglers, human traffickers. And how much of those are getting that were leveled by this latest hurricane in America? A measly $750. But you know what? Let's allow Kamala Harris to share all of the details and put your anxiety at ease. Listen and watch the Veep.
And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food, baby formula, and the like. And you can apply now for anyone who's watching this who has been affected. There are FEMA personnel who are going door to door to interact personally with folks, especially those who do not have electricity. But also that aid, if you have electricity, can be applied for online, and I encourage people to do that. FEMA will just basically verify your address, and then the process should take hold.
What is this, a rebate from Verizon? Just go online and get your money back? $750 from a nation that forked over billions to Zelensky. But don't worry, Kamala says FEMA has your back. Actually, they don't. Headline from the AP, Mayorkas warns that FEMA doesn't have enough funding to last through hurricane season. I would actually say, translation, they don't have a funding issue. They have a money management issue. Just remember, Georgia and North Carolina, vote accordingly this fall, because this agency has an allocation of resources problem because you are not a priority to them. Democrats are now the party of war. They are the party of replacing you with illegals. The proof is in the pudding. We've lived it for 3 years and 11 months. Their actions speak volumes. The Associated Press also reporting, quote, that the death total has now surpassed 200 after Georgia and North Carolina report more fatalities. And North Carolina, a red state that Trump has won twice, but is governed by Democrat Roy Cooper. Remember him? He was in the finals to be one of Kamala's vice presidents. It was down to Cooper, Shapiro, Walz. Ultimately, it was Walz, not Cooper. But according to Sean Davis of The Federalist, Cooper is apparently dropping the ball, according to a source in North Carolina. Despite 1,000 troops being ready and authorized to respond to North Carolina, FEMA Region 4 and Democrat Governor Roy Cooper, as of yesterday, haven't yet written up the mission orders that the troops need in order to be deployed, end quote. It's been a week since the hurricane made landfall. What are they doing down there? Stark contrast to how Florida Governor Ron DeSantis handled the devastation that hit Florida in the fall of 2022. DeSantis tweeting yesterday, at my direction, the Florida National Guard and the Florida State Guard will be deployed to critical ports affected by the strike to maintain order and, where possible, resume operations. Here is DeSantis on the failures of the Biden-Harris administration with the hurricane and the now temporarily resolved labor strike that was set up to end the supply chain and America's economy. Listen and watch DeSantis.
This is something that would have significant impacts on the nation's economy anyways, but to have this happen in a way that could negatively impact people that are reeling from a Category 4 hurricane, that is just simply unacceptable. So it really is incumbent upon the Biden-Harris administration to do everything in their power to ensure that these goods are where we need to be, that people are not left hanging out in the cold waiting for these goods if they're sitting in the ocean somewhere and they're not being able to be used here in the state of Florida or in Georgia or North Carolina or where people are going to desperately need this. We need to accelerate. We have no time for delays. Biden-Harris has a responsibility to stand up for the storm victims, stand up for the people who've had their homes damaged or who've lost their homes, and make sure they have what they need to get back on their feet.
According to the Daily Caller, it is unclear how many FEMA personnel are working on the Shelter and Services Program, though a considerable sum of funds allocated to the agency has gone towards migrant resettlement efforts. According to the Daily Caller, FEMA spent $363.8 million on its migrant program in the 2023 fiscal year, and so far to date in 2024, that's gone up to $650 million. So $650 million on migrants, $750 a person for Americans who pay taxes. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody says that's actually a low-end figure. She claims that there has been more than $1 billion spent on illegal immigrants being shipped all over America from city to city and state to state, ranging from free hotel rooms, meals, Wi-Fi, preloaded debit cards. What about giving that to those in North Carolina and Georgia? And it's going to people that haven't paid a dime in taxes, that are here illegally and possibly have committed heinous acts. I really don't know how anyone can vote for Kamala Harris. It is indefensible. Do you really want 4 more years of America last? That's a question you have to ask yourself in the Sun Belt as your critical vote looms large on November 5th. That is, of course, assuming you can even make it out to the ballot box by then. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media, 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We will come back. We'll get to some of these mismanagement of resources from FEMA, and then also more of the details on this labor strike that is suspended for now. Very interesting email that Stalker got yesterday from somebody in the know. We will share those details with you as we continue. Plus, Donald Trump back to Butler, PA tomorrow, and he'll have a special guest with him. All of that as we continue here in the first hour. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, did you hear? Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6.
Any classic hoagie?
Yeah, any classic hoagie.
What about the cheesesteak?
$6.
Meatball?
$6.
What about the Italian hoagie?
It's $6 for a classic. I shouldn't even have to ask, but what do you want for lunch?
Hoagies at Wawa, of course.
Right now, get any Wawa classic hoagie for $6. Gotta have a Wawa.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They release dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great. It's the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train, and I was feeling near as faded as my jeans. Bobby thumbed a diesel down just before it rained and rode us all the way to New Orleans.
Friday morning, 6:35. Hopefully all of you having a great start to what hopefully for you is the final work day of the week. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Sean Farish coming up at 8:30 from Nashville. Cut sheet, absolutely juicy as always. That's coming up at 7:45 this morning. Our buddy, the greater Chris, says on Twitter, "Let's go, people. Let's go right to This Week in Music History. Let's get what's coming up on the Dawn Show, and let's wrap at 6:10 a.m. Great show. See you Monday. Have a great weekend, Greg." Nice work out of Chris.
For those just tuning in at 6:07, I was like, I'm done. I want to go home.
I know. I think we're all jacked up. I mean, this is like, honestly, for like, all of us that live and breathe this is like our Super Bowl stretch run here. We're legitimately, 1 month and 1 day away from the election, November 5th. So good times indeed, because the content is never ending. I want to just get your reaction to the big take, Dawn, because I've got a couple of figures here. And Phil, if you could throw this graphic up on YouTube, some of the press releases, it's kind of a visual montage of all the money that FEMA has allocated. So when you have guys like Mayorkas saying, well, we don't have enough resources to get through hurricane season. Yeah, it's because you shot through your wad, dude. I mean, look at this. I've got four different headlines from FEMA. I've got one from Politico. If you see them on YouTube, if not, I'll read a few for you. Department of Homeland Security announces $380 million in additional funding to communities receiving migrants. Another one, FEMA awards $110 million. Politico with a headline, New York City to get $105 million from FEMA for asylum seekers. On down the list, the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador gets $12 million in funding. No, the reality is this, FEMA had the money, but FEMA chose to use it on illegal immigrants and migrants in this country for this, that, or the other thing. And it is I think this is a dereliction of duty that you have all of this available funding. And you have basically, now look, I don't know, what's the math? $750 per citizen, which is going to get you absolutely nothing. How many people are getting this? Probably millions of dollars. Pull out your calculator, figure out the math. But it's just a terrible look. And it's not just the optics of it. It is the stone cold truth that we have endless money for Zelensky. Every time that guy needs a handout, he puts his hand out and boom, he gets a bag full of cash and more weapons. Migrants are coming into this country at record rates by design through a busted and broken border. And here you are in the Carolinas, Dawn, or in Georgia or Tennessee or Florida or any other southeastern state that was impacted by this. And in this day and age, hell, in any day and age, in the last 30 years, $750 does not go that far, especially in 2024. As a citizen, as a taxpayer, as a hard worker, I mean, I don't blame anybody that's feeling not only angry, but helpless, deserted, especially in the rural areas where it's difficult to get to some of these locales to begin with. I mean, I don't know. Am I out of line by wondering if this is by design?
I think that, unfortunately, they're too incompetent to do something like that by design. I think this is right. Incompetence. And it's tragic. This is what we're witnessing, this heartbreaking situation. I know that last night at some point, an interview that Jesse Waters did on Fox went viral. I didn't see the show, but this man, I mean, I started bawling. I think everybody was, if you saw this. This man who's down there in North Carolina just said, it's too late. Mm-hmm. They're describing where people that they can't get to can smell the bodies. There are hundreds of people missing. I mean, and they're saying they waited too late. I mean, what Biden was on a beach last weekend. I mean, they waited too late to go in to rescue these people.
And at what point does this go from rescue to recovery, right? Because here you are, it's a week later, and what? We're going to be at Halloween, and we're going to hear these god-awful stories of a human being was found wherever dead for the last 4 weeks. And, I think you look at it politically, and I hate to look at it politically because this is about human lives, but let's face it, politics impact human lives on a daily basis. You're going to have some of these people, are they going to be able to go and vote? And I'm talking about the really rural, like the back roads, right? Like what you hear about if you've never been to the South, and I lived in Tennessee for 4.5 years. Granted, I lived in Nashville, but 10-minute drive, and then all of a sudden out of Nashville, you're like, oh, these are the back roads of Tennessee. They're not built to deal with this.
Something tells me that because right now it's basically a grassroots effort. I mean, they have people with donkeys. They have private planes, private operators trying to get in there. And you hear all these interviews saying, where's FEMA? I haven't even seen anybody from FEMA. And so something tells me, in this crisis, excuse me.
Yeah, you're getting verklempt.
In this crisis, people are coming together right now.
Yeah.
You don't think they're going to climb mountains to try to get to vote for a new real leadership? I suspect that if they can, they will. And that's the real question. The problem is in some of these states, the mail-in ballots were in the mail or might have been mailed already and then in people's homes, which were washed away. So that's the question. What's going to happen now with the mail-in ballots? How do they fly them into people? What happened? That's my question. But yeah. I mean, when the news broke with Mayorkas coming out and basically acknowledging that in the past 2 years, this administration has basically doled out nearly $1.5 billion to people coming here illegally. And this is exactly what we've been talking about. And that is that we don't have, now they ran out of money. Congress will do a special session. But this is what people have been talking about. It's not a lack of compassion for people around the world who have a war-torn or communist country. It's not selfish to say, hey, let's make sure that our reserves are here for our own fellow Americans who, by the way, are paying taxes, putting into this system. Mm-hmm. And so to not have that in place is ridiculous, and it's unheard of.
Yes, it
Thanks,
really
Jimmy.
is.
Jimmy
It
Kelly's
really is.
such a sweetheart, brings me water.
Oh, you got to
Thanks,
clear that
Jimmy.
throat out. It's that coffee you're drinking over there.
Maybe it is the coffee or just emotion. It's just, I'll tell you what, I've never seen this level of failure of leadership and a failure by administration. And to think about the level of incompetence, to your point in the big take, think about this. They know they're in the midst of an election. So if you think in a cynical manner and think, oh, well, they're going to get out there in full force and have the minute, the minute they can, they're going to get everybody there and rescue everybody and have all these photo ops. Mm-hmm. No, this is incompetence.
Yeah.
They're waiting like 5 days to even go in.
In comparison, think about, and I played DeSantis for a reason. Remember 2 years ago, right around the time we launched the show, we had that, I forget what the name of the hurricane was in Florida, but I remember in September coming on with you, Greg, and Rich, and promoting the new show, and we were talking about the recovery efforts in Florida. Remember that bridge that got wiped out in Florida? We've got some Floridians that listen to us and stream us. Bruno, Susie, other people that have...
Out to Cape May.
Yeah.
Alpha Naples.
And what was that bridge that got wiped out? And DeSantis had it back up operational in 5 days, 7 days?
Yeah,
something
it was pretty
like
amazing.
that. It's really amazing when you look at the stark contrast between what DeSantis did from a preparation standpoint and being ready for this and then executing recovery versus what's going on in these other states, most notably North Carolina and Roy Cooper. I gave you that report from the Federalist as of yesterday when I was writing the big take at 3:30 in the afternoon. They still hadn't been giving the marching orders to the what is it, the
FEMA?
Not FEMA,
National Guard
to be deployed with what they're supposed to do, and they were on standby waiting.
And that was in contrast. So DeSantis gave his news conference where they had their marching out orders, they were on their way, and that was around lunchtime yesterday that DeSantis everybody was in place. He was just telling you what they've already done.
Mm-hmm.
So you think about that level of efficiency and care and the coordination efforts.
Yep.
And then compare it to this hot mess that's going on here.
Yep. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the conversation. Also, the big story is the dock workers union, as Dawn mentioned in the news, reaching a tentative agreement that will suspend their port strike until January. Just a couple of highlights. The conditional offer is a 62% wage increase as they are back to work effective immediately today. The offer on the table, according to Fox Business, for 90 days. And this tentative agreement on wages, they have agreed to extend the master contract until January 15th of 2025. They said effective immediately, all current job actions will cease and all work covered by the master contract will resume. Dock workers at dozens of ports in the U.S., as we know, went on strike on Tuesday for the first time in nearly 50 years, seeking better wages and the use of automation. They had reportedly rejected an offer of a 50% increase in wages over the next 6 years. They were seeking about 80% of a bump, and they got roughly in the middle at 62%. I mentioned in your news that had they have gone on strike and this lasted substantially, J.P. Morgan did an analysis that this would have cost the U.S. economy between $3.8 billion and $4.5 billion per day. So I'm curious to know, because we talked about this from a political standpoint. Right. We were talking about how Trump had been very quiet. Apparently, Dagger and Trump have a history together. There's a picture of them. And, we were talking about whether or not this is going to be an opportunity for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to swoop in. It appears that Mayor Pete Buttigieg was hands-on, directly involved in this. So now that it's a 3-day thing, does this have any political impact on November 5th?
Absolutely none.
I would say no as well, just because we forget and we move on so quickly, right?
Well, Guys, it lasted 3 days.
Right.
Like, there was no hiccup. There was no bump in the road except the stupid sheep that went out and bought all the toilet paper and
Costco
paper towels and raided Costco. There was absolutely no impact. So no, it's not going to have it was something for talking heads to talk about for 3 days and say, I don't know, this could be terrible. This is going to be bad. 3 days later, it's like, we reached a deal. We'll all be fine.
Yesterday, Maria Bartiromo on Fox Business had a reporter out with the dock workers there, and obviously far north of us, and so on the New Jersey side. And so the reporter says to them, hey, they're saying that your president, Harry Daggett, makes a lot of money, and do you still support your union president and all these striking workers with their signs? And they're saying, oh, we love our guy, and hoorah, and they're cheering and say, no, we love our union president, this and that. So the reporter says, well, if they were trying to psychologically say that, maybe cause some divisiveness or whatever between the union workers and their president, it did not succeed. Mm-hmm. So then Maria says to her reporter, well, I wonder if they support, since Kamala Harris, the vice president, just came out and endorsed the union and says she's with them, do they support her? And so the reporter goes, okay, Maria Bartiromo is asking in terms of, and he says, so do you support Kamala Harris? Because she's said that she's with you, she supports you. And they all are like this. And they get quiet, they put their heads down. And he goes, Maria just wanted to know. And the one guy goes, it's nobody's business. And you heard Maria in studio go, wow. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could have heard a pin drop. They're not supporting the vice president. Yeah. They're not supporting Kamala Harris. It's not happening.
Speaking of some firsthand knowledge, very interesting email. Stalker got this last night and forwarded this to me. This is from Roger. He says, Greg, I wanted to provide some background on another past strike to support the position with automation. Strikes have consequences. During the 80s, I worked for Texaco. By the way, my wife's grandfather worked for Texaco. We owned the Eagle Point refinery as well as the Delaware City refinery and others. The union went on strike. R&D was non-union. This is Texaco R&D. He says R&D was non-union, so we were assigned strike duty at these refineries. After the strike, management determined if a much reduced manpower could run the refineries, they had proof that we had too many personnel running our refineries. So hundreds of good-paying union jobs were eliminated. Sometimes strikes provide the proof that management wants. Also, look at the auto industry and all the robots and automation that they use to assemble a car, which I think was kind of your point yesterday and for the last couple of days, Stalker, because you were saying, look, automation is coming whether you like it or not. You might not want to hitch your wagon to what you've been doing all of your life and put yourself in a position to be able to bounce back if you get wiped out by the machines, right?
Well, maybe the union was listening to this program yesterday when we were discussing this, because I said, you get in some industries call them scabs, but you get you get workers that cross picket lines and do the same job for a lot less money, and the corporation is like, well, why are we paying you guys all of this money to do this when we can pay these guys less and get the same results?
Right.
So sometimes you have to, roll the dice and say, if I go on strike, my job may not be there when I get back. Hence why I think both teams, as we say, were eager to get this thing worked out, because I think they didn't want to be there for too long, where they realized that, like, hey, we can get along without these guys.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's get a couple of calls in here. Let me go with Joe, who's in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, you go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
They made it clear what this 90-day deferment was all about. That was their entitlement. But I can't help but think, from both ends of the spectrum, first of all, it works to the Harris strategy that you deferred it beyond the election. But also, it's a hedge bet that if things don't work out, you can either, the Harris campaign could blame it on Trump should he get elected, or it's one battle they got to handle should they win election. It was just, it was a silly deferment that had to happen.
Yeah. It's pretty much like they're kicking the can down the road, and they'll revisit it in 90 days, and then they can play the political game 3 months from now.
Neither party has anything to lose. The guy, whoever the union leader was, he says, we could do the 90-day thing and we'll shut everything down. We won't work. We'll go through the motions. So that doesn't work well for the Harris, the campaign or the Harris camp. So, it's no surprise to me. It's really no surprise.
Yeah, interesting you bring that up, Joe. Thank you for the call, because obviously we're just about a month out from the election, and obviously a lot of this stuff gets factored in. I saw two things in regards to Trump and Harris that I thought was interesting yesterday. Polymarket, which is the betting market odds that we talk about. Trump now has his largest lead that he has had in Pennsylvania. He's up 4 points, 52% to 48% on Kamala in the betting market. And then this is also very fascinating. According to CNN, their collective polling, so I would call this kind of the equivalent for CNN to like Real Clear Politics, where they do the aggregate polling, and they have Donald Trump as a massive favorite to win. CNN's poll of polls has Trump with a 68% chance to beat Kamala Harris, and they only have him down 1 percentage point in the popular vote at 49% for Kamala, 48% for Trump, which is something I've said in the past. If Trump gets 48% of the popular vote, that's going to be an electoral college victory with ease. Although I don't agree with this, I think this is wrong. But I do find it interesting that CNN of all places with their polls have Trump at a 68.4% chance to win the electoral college. I'm not sure what exactly they are seeing, although the polls right now are kind of interesting because it really feels like I'm seeing a lot of Kamala up 1, up 2, up 3 still. But from a momentum standpoint, it seems like the Trump-Vance ticket has far more momentum right now than Harrison-Walz does, especially after that debate on Tuesday night.
Yeah, and look at where J.D. Vance and his wife, so they were in Virginia just comforting people, and that, I think he's on the ground. They're there. I mean, and the fact that they could be in these southern states that are hard hit before Biden-Harris is just embarrassing. And even though Harris was there, finally on Wednesday for a FEMA briefing, Biden-Harris are not really seen with actual people in the most devastated areas. So it just feels like they're there for a gratuitous photo op.
Yeah, I agree. Same thing with Kamala at the border a week ago today, last Friday, when she went to Douglas, Arizona for all
20 minutes.
20 minutes, right? Jeez. Yeah. Oh, so this is what the wall looks like. Yeah, it looks just the way it did in June of 2021, the last time I was here. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Hour number 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then also Politico and ABC News. There's more fallout from J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, and the debate that we have to highlight and expose, and we will do it coming up next. Hour number 2 is on the way.
Time for those fall road trips. Beautiful time of year, and this weekend's going to be gorgeous weather for that. out on the road. So going from place to place, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles UCLA. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
is on. Hello, hello, hello.
It is on, Kayal and Company. Stretch run, election season. Tomorrow will be October 5th. A month from then, November 5th, Election Day. Tomorrow also, Donald Trump returns to the scene of the crime, Butler, PA. July 13th just feels like yesterday. Elon Musk saying he will be in Butler, PA tomorrow. Maybe Elon can offer some drones to the Secret Service, ESU units, so we don't have a repeat of a couple of months ago. I got to tell you, tomorrow's going to be a great day. College football, obviously. 4 playoff baseball games, Trump's rally, a wrestling pay-per-view at night for those that still get caught up in that. Tomorrow's like a holiday for me.
Bad blood.
Bad blood, that's right.
Are you going to spend any time outside, or are you just going to spend all your day inside watching the stupid television?
Well, might go for a jog in the morning.
Okay, all right.
But by noon, back to the couch.
Oh, God.
Yes, I'm going to be like Harry. Trump's going to have to reach out to me.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
It's going to be my wife tomorrow. Get your fat ass off the couch and take the garbage out. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good things to get to today. I want to get to this Politico story on Tim Walz. Just when you think the Associated Press or ABC News was the worst operation out there, Politico's making a strong push. Wait till you hear this headline. Because if I guarantee you, if Tim Walz was a Republican from the Midwest, it'd be a completely different headline. But we'll get to that coming up. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Friday, October the 4th. We are at a chilly 58 degrees, mostly cloudy right now. I'll tell you when the sun will be coming out today. So Philadelphia police, they're still investigating the shooting involving an off-duty police officer. It all began, we're told, with reports of an attempted carjacking. And officials say that the situation, the alleged suspect, was shot. They're not saying who shot the suspect, but that individual in the emergency department in very critical condition. So this happened before midnight last night, but then that entire area, this is in the northeast Philadelphia, Home Avenue and Willett Street. And in this situation, that entire area was cordoned off for about 5 hours, so until the wee hours of this morning. Investigators still say that they're gathering all the evidence, gathering the details, trying to figure out exactly what happened here leading up to the situation, but it did involve an off-duty police officer who shot that suspect, that from Philadelphia police. So obviously by now the scene is clear, but there are 2 cars involved and at least 2 shots fired. That's what we're hearing. So I'm not hearing any injuries for the off-duty officer. He was in an unmarked vehicle, but he could be seen with a shattered driver's side window. So that's the latest from police on that one. So not life-threatening injuries for the officer.
You know, we always talk about police that work this shift and how sometimes they have to rush either the victim or the suspect who becomes a victim to the hospital to save their life because we know that time is of the essence and they can't wait for the medics. We also have to give some credit to the people that work hospital shifts overnight that see this as they come in, right? Whether it's an officer or, a suspect or an innocent victim. I mean, these people that work that shift, I mean, they don't get the credit they deserve either.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. That's so true. Other big stories in Philadelphia, and obviously we here in Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, the workers, the formerly striking workers, they've been on strike for a few days here, but they will be back to work bright and early this morning as the historic U.S. port strike. It is suspended. It's not over. It's not solved, but suspended, and a tentative agreement on the wages has been met, that according to the International Longshoremen's Association as well as the U.S. Maritime Alliance. So it's effective immediately. It affects all current job actions. that are going to cease, and all work covered by the master contract, that all resumes this morning. That was their statement that they released last night, 7-ish in the evening. Tentative deal increases workers' wages by 62%, but that's over the life of that 6-year contract. And this represents a significant increase from the shipping industry's group offer of about a 50% wage increase this week. So I guess the union, they really wanted that 77% pay hike over 6 years.
Yeah, who wouldn't,
which
right?
we all want.
Yes. But it still doesn't answer the fact or answer the question. What are they going to do with the automation? Because they're just delaying that, right? 90 days from now, you're still going to have the same issue, which we were told was the bigger sticking point, right? It wasn't as much the money, but the automation and the impact it'll have on the industry.
Yeah, in that one, the negotiations, that'll be the key, is the automation. And I think they were more interested in dealing with the automation issue, even over pushing for the higher wage hike. And I think what they were looking at is that the high cost of living here on the East Coast, so they're at $39 an hour right now. So they still, even by next year, will not be to the level of their West Coast counterparts.
Now, is that based on the fact that the cost of living in the West Coast is just so much higher than the East Coast?
Well, it depends on where you are in the West Coast or the East Coast. I mean, obviously, if you're in the New York City area, North Jersey,
good point.
That's a very high cost of living.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what they were looking at. I think they wanted to either match immediately what the West Coast counterparts were making. I think that's what they were going toward.
Right.
And so they're still not there. At the end of the 6-year deal, they'll be making $63 an hour. But right now, the West Coast folks are making $55 right now.
Right. And to your point, the coast of Carolina is a little cheaper than New York City or Philadelphia.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on that one. So, January 15th is when the negotiations between both sides, hopefully happen before January 15th, but this is a tentative deal for these guys. So, back to work here in South Philadelphia, across the East Coast, I should say, in the Gulf Coast.
Yep.
Democrat Senator Bob Casey, who is a longtime politician here in Pennsylvania, getting a run for his money, if you will, and being challenged by Republican Dave McCormick, who's a combat veteran as well as businessman, has never been a politician before. And we saw them on the stage there for their first debate in this pivotal race for a swing state seat. Each candidate repeatedly accusing the other of lying. A lot of accusations back and forth. What were they talking about? Well, energy, the sale of U.S. steel, tariffs. There were many personal attacks. So Bob Casey saying McCormick, he really lived in Connecticut. McCormick pointing out he grew up here in Pennsylvania, and that's ridiculous.
But he doesn't know how to pronounce Yingling beer, though.
Who?
McCormick.
McCormick?
Yeah.
Yangling.
Like, dude, it's Yingling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my God. And I'm the last one to get pronunciations correct.
It's true. That's absolutely
but
true.
I mean, come on. You got to be able to pronounce Yingling, brother.
I don't know. Is that his? I don't know. I don't know. Is that his? Because Philadelphia has a lot of weird accents, so maybe the part of Pennsylvania he's from has a twang.
No, very true. Yeah, you're right.
Phil, can you pull up cut 10? Just a little piece of the debate last night that happened in Harrisburg. Dave McCormick's closing on this was his closing statement in the debate last night. Cut 10, Phil, if you can.
This is the most important election of our lifetime. Our country is in trouble. Our Commonwealth is in trouble. We have wide open borders. We have a weak economy. America's going in the wrong direction, skyrocketing prices that are putting enormous pressure on most families. I'm a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian. I'm a political outsider. I'm a businessman. I'm a West Point graduate. I'm a combat vet from Iraq. I'm running because I want to make sure the America I love is available for my 6 daughters, for all of our children. Bob Casey is not just part of the problem. Bob Casey is the problem. Bob Casey's a weak leader. Bob Casey is a career politician. Bob Casey went to the Senate to change Washington. Washington changed Bob Casey. Bob's voted for wide open borders. He voted for sanctuary cities. He's voted against funding for the Border Patrol. He's voted for federal benefits for illegal immigrants. He's voted for all these wild spending bills under Biden and Harris, which have led to an increase in prices for working families. He's been soft on crime. He's been soft on China. He's voted for tax hikes on middle-class workers in Pennsylvania, and he's voted for tax cuts for millionaires in California and in New York. Bob Casey's actually voted for biological males to be able to compete in women's sports. So let's face it, Bob, you are a liberal. And this is not the Bob Casey you elected for office 30 years ago. We need common sense leadership that's going to secure the border, get our economy back on track, and keep America safe. Our Commonwealth deserves change. I'd be honored to get your vote, and I'd be honored to serve as your senator.
Mr. Casey.
So I popped in on that 2 or 3 times last night, and it was the totally different tone of what we saw on the VP debate on Tuesday, right? A lot of combativeness, a lot of personal attacks. That was the substance right there, all of which I agree with Mr. McCormick. And to illustrate one thing with the theme of the day being FEMA and illegal immigrants getting what you should get if you are impacted by a hurricane, he makes a great point. I've got a couple of stats for you. So this is according to court filings. Illegal immigration populations in the Biden-Harris administration in the 7 swing states, how much they've increased. Georgia's gone up 401%, North Carolina 446%, Arizona 734%, Nevada 562%, Michigan 775%, Wisconsin 467%, and Pennsylvania 241%. So anytime any of these swing state politicians bring up illegal immigration, you know what's happening here, Dawn? And I know you know this answer, but this is by design. I mean, this is about winning the swing states to make sure that a Republican never wins again.
Well, that was even Elon Musk was retweeting that yesterday on Twitter and talking about this, and he called out Pennsylvania and Elon Musk. You know what I mean?
We're actually the lowest of the other 6 swing states, believe it or not.
But he says he had. I think we all retweeted it probably, but he said something like, "I wonder if the people in Pennsylvania realize this." Mm-hmm. And the problem is that they flew the people in. They didn't bus them. Not the people that were bused here into Philadelphia. So you're feeling it in Lancaster. You're feeling it in Chester County.
We're all border states, right? It's not just Texas and Arizona.
That's right.
We all are.
And they were being flown in. And that's what we're learning more and more. And that's why I think Trump and Vance tried to bring it up in the debate. But of course, they cut his microphone when he was trying to point out that this app that was created allows this administration to just people go on the app and they pick them up. Like we're paying. That's why we've spent about $1.5 billion because we are flying in these people. So we can't afford the planes, I guess, and the gas to help our fellow Americans in North Carolina,
right?
You know, clinging to a tree stub in a flood. Mm-hmm. And we're paying for these planes to go to other places in the world and fly people here over the border and into places like Pennsylvania.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And that's what people should understand and be infuriated about. Yeah. And so it's not, this whole rhetoric that, oh, well, you don't care about other people who are in horrible situations around the world. No, I do care. I have great compassion. But this is what happens now. We don't have the resources right now to even, just spend all this money to help people who are literally trapped underneath whatever, if they're still alive, by the hundreds right now in our country. It's ridiculous.
Wasn't Congress supposed to vote on that, though? Like right before Hurricane Helene hit, $18 billion to FEMA.
Before they went on their break?
And they punted on that.
Well,
they've been on, that's what I said, yesterday or day before, they're on recess, so they had calls to go back.
But I'm saying
the point is, Greg, they wouldn't have needed,
the money was supposed to be there.
They wouldn't have needed to reallocate more money if we had saved in the FEMA kitty, if we had that money. We blew the wad that was for our people first. Mm-hmm. We blew through that on people from other parts of the world.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's no
$1.5 billion.
I had to tell my daughters that. I said, look, you don't have money to go to Sephora this week because you blew it at Rita's and Starbucks.
The Senator Bob Casey, let me just play one more here, just to show, because Dawn was saying that it was very contentious between the two of them. Senator Bob Casey goes after McCormick for shady investments and not living in the state. And this is cut 12, Phil, if you can roll this.
Project, 60 seconds.
When I said I'm for all the above energy portfolio, I include nuclear. We've got a strong nuclear base in Pennsylvania. I'm glad to see activity there
so boring.
at that site. We have to know more about what they're asking for. They asked for a loan guarantee, and that'll go to the Department of Energy. But look, Dennis, when we have those opportunities, we should take them to have investments made in our energy infrastructure or energy resources. But again, I'll go back to the same point. Mr. McCormick doesn't want to talk about those investments because he knows that people get a little uncomfortable when you've invested in an adversary and made money off of it. Over and over again, he's invested in adversaries and made a lot of money off it, and I don't think that's the kind of senator we want, because it seems like the same guy who spent time as a CEO prioritizing China now would go to the U.S. Senate and prioritize those billionaires. Hell, those billionaires are paying for more than half his ads. A small group of out-of-state billionaires supporting a candidate who is living out of state.
Mr. McCormick, same question.
Time's
God,
up.
as vanilla as it gets. Ugh. We were
PA loves him, the guys. PA loves him, and they're going to vote him in one more time. They love him. They love him.
I tend to agree. I think he's going to win.
By the way, the claim yesterday with Casey, when he was saying that McCormick did all this stuff with China, there were reports, and this did come out, that Casey, when he was treasurer in the Commonwealth, this was 2006, he had supervised what people called a risky investment, more than $31 million from state worker pensions into this risky, allegedly Chinese-backed firm. And so McCormick was correct, because I was like trying to fact check both of them as they were making their claims against each other. But McCormick was correct when he stated that Casey had, in fact, done some potentially risky investments into China. That was correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But both of so McCormick kept saying every time Casey would say something, McCormick would go, CaseyLies.com, CaseyLies.com.
Got Kevin Poles in my head.
And that's exactly, I thought, he got the idea from your drops.
Yeah, it's one of these things where I try to be as honest as I can. I just feel like Casey's probably going to win by 6 to 8 points. I know some of the polls show it's much closer than that. I don't think it'll be a double-digit win for Casey, nor should it be. But the whole... And I don't want people to take this the wrong way. It's more of an acknowledgement of how great Trump was, being a unicorn, being a one of one. The whole, let's bring in the outsider, the businessman, the non-swamp guy. Like, that worked for Trump. I just don't think that formula works for everybody else.
100% right, Nick.
And it's not that he's
100% right.
Look, I think McCormick is a better option than Mastriano was. I've made my point very clear. I did not think Mastriano was a good candidate, nor was Oz. McCormick's better than both. But just because it worked for Trump doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody else. 100%. And he's on the right side, and I'm with McCormick on all the issues and all the policies. But it's this notion that you can just bring in the non-swamp guy and it's, hey, that's we want that. But I feel like we're the minority. That's not the way the average folk looks at it, right?
Yep.
Like, as if you just look at Bob Casey. Oh, my God. Oh, God. That guy's been around forever and he's accomplished squat.
And so that's, when you think about Election Day, November 5th, what Republicans hope for up and down the ticket is that certain groups of people will not be energized to even get out the vote. And if that happens, that, especially in places like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, where, and this immigration issue is a huge issue for these communities here. And so will people say, nah, you know what, I'm not going to vote? Then that offsets the situation as well.
I would just like to replace your E word of energized with another E word, educated. Okay, you're not feeling it, you're not energized. I get it. What you're saying is completely valid and accurate, Dawn. But if you actually take the time to educate yourself and get out of the feelings and the emotions or energy or just educate yourself on the most basic issues, you would see who's on the right side of the issue for making your life as a Pennsylvanian, in this specific example with the Senate race, better, right? But people don't educate themselves because they have a malaise, they're lazy, they think the system's broke, it's not going to impact their life one way or the other. If you don't think voting and having elections and the consequences that come with them are real after the last 4 years, you're never going to figure it out. I mean, and I guess God bless you. Knock yourself out if you don't vote. Well, my life doesn't really change. Well, okay. Well, I would argue the last 4 years shows that it does, but it's your right. You sit home if you want. All right, ran over.
7:20.
7:20.
Are we done with news, or are we still in news?
Yeah,
What
do
are we
you have a
doing
sponsor? Are you good?
I did. I totally forgot that I was even in news.
Okay. So did I.
But another story that we should talk about. No, I did not have a sponsor for this. Is Melania Trump, as another video dropped as she's selling her book. And this went viral. Everybody was talking about it yesterday afternoon in some of the shows. I know we'll get to it. But Melania Trump apparently saying, your body, your choice. Is she pro-abortion? Is this something where she disagrees with her husband? Or is the Trump campaign trying to muddy those waters on the abortion issue? That one in play.
Let's do a little punt here. I'm going to save what we were planning on talking. Let's talk, because I saw that floating around on social media yesterday. Let's have a little conversation on that on the other side, because I think that's pretty interesting. 855-839-1210. All right, so you don't have a sponsor, you're good?
No sponsor. So beautiful sunny skies today. The sun will come out, although we're still not even 60 degrees. But tomorrow, 79 degrees. So we're feeling like summertime. For your tomorrow is obviously the Phils, our Phillies, face off with the Mets tomorrow and Sunday, both games, 4:08 Citizens Bank Park. And I know there are all kinds of stories about SEPTA, public transportation, and they're ramping up SEPTA as well. But the big playoff, Red October, begins for us tomorrow amid beautiful sunny skies. Butler, Pennsylvania. It'll be a beautiful day in Butler, Pennsylvania. President Trump coming here. Dave McCormick has said he will be there, and as well, Elon Musk will be there as well. So it'll be a huge crowd. They're predicting record crowds on that beautiful day in Butler, PA. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. And there'll be lots of Yanglings drank in Butler, PA. 855-839-1210. Yeah, let's punt on Politico and Mr. Potato Head for a little bit. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. I do want to get into that Melania pro-choice stance that is floating out there. And we'll get to that on the other side. Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, so since we're talking about baseball, I know this ad's supposed to be about football. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. But let's look ahead to tomorrow. Since the Eagles are on a bye week, let's look at the New York Mets at the Philadelphia Phillies tomorrow, 4:08 p.m. Looks like it is the Phillies are favored by 1.5, over under 7.5. I will go for the over on the 7.5, and I'll have Bryce Harper to hit an anytime home run at plus 430. Let's also look Yankees Royals over under 7.5. I'll go the under for that one, 7.5. But a lot of good baseball on tomorrow. Nick said Saturday, college football, all that good stuff. Baseball, and then Sunday you have all the football happening. The NFL's flying by, but you still have time to start the season with a big return on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. Sign up right now. Come on, what are you doing? FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First all-online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nick. Recently, I visited my friends at Piazza Mazda in Westchester to check out the 2024 Mazda CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engines pack a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist led the 2024 CX-30, earning a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online, piazzamazda.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, And if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
This is Jean Marie Laskus with the podcast Cement City. So there's this election coming up, a big one, and one guy's been indicted. People are talking voter fraud. Democracy itself is on the line. Sound familiar? Well, this isn't that election. This one is in Donora, Pennsylvania, a dying town in the middle of nowhere, where I bought a house and stayed for 3 years. Listen to and follow Cement City, an Odyssey original podcast in partnership with Cement City Productions, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy. Whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead. And that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 728. As we continue live on this Friday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Get on over to YouTube if you're not there already to watch the show. Cut sheet coming up in just over 15 minutes. 855-839-1210. So I do want to have this conversation with what Melania Trump has apparently said. We'll play you the ad in a moment because I saw a lot of people, especially on the right, were very upset with Melania Trump and the ad that she put out on her stance of being pro-choice, which is a very fascinating concept because let's just think about this from the nuts and bolts perspective of many conservatives, if not all, certainly pro-life, and they obviously are against abortion. June of 2022 comes along. We have Roe v. Wade gets sent back to the states. Donald Trump, I think, compared to some of his other primary counterparts, such as Ron DeSantis, more moderate on the position and the subject of abortion when we look at 6 weeks versus longer down the road, 16 weeks, 22 weeks, what have you. And then out comes Melania Trump. And I'm trying to figure out what is really going on here. Is this Melania in opposition to her husband? Is this calculated and by design by the Trump campaign to have Melania, a female, being pro-choice to kind of soften the vulnerability of the GOP post Roe v. Wade? My observation, my opinion is it's probably too late to put the genie back in the bottle. I think you're going to see a lot of pro-choice women come out in mass on November 5th or via mail-in ballots and early voting, ticked off about what happened in the summer of 2022. But I will defer to the female on the show who can always frame this subject much better than Greg and I can. I think females are much better to talk about this subject than any man. But let me just play you the ad in case you are curious as to what the tone was and what the message was. This was Melania Trump. Take a listen and watch this.
Individual freedom is a fundamental principle that I safeguard. Without a doubt, there is no room for compromise when it comes to this essential right that all women possess from birth. Individual freedom. What does my body, my choice really mean?
So there's the ad for part of Melania's new book. So Dawn Stensland, does this help Donald Trump with maybe some undecided independent women out there? Or does this agitate and tick off his base where you have the evangelical Christians and the hardcore pro-life individuals where they say, the hell is she doing?
I think first and foremost, I think if indeed they had a conversation, it's brilliant because I think it does, as the New York Times headline said, it does muddy the waters because she is unequivocally saying this. And there are quotes that everybody's using that where she says, the one line is, restricting a woman's right to choose whether to terminate an unwanted pregnancy is the same as denying her control over her own body. I have carried this belief with me throughout my entire life. These are strong statements, and they were getting strong reaction. I know that the Catholic groups were coming out, the Students for Life of America advocacy group saying that Melania Trump's support of abortion is wrong. It's outside the teaching of our faith, blah, blah, blah. So this was getting widely panned by, of course, pro-life and Catholic and those types of groups.
And she's getting crushed by conservative media. I mean,
But
she's
on the other
absolutely
hand-
getting roasted.
But on the other hand, it allows Trump to say, I think this was set up because he said, what was that, a week ago? Oh, her book is out. I haven't read it. I don't know what's in it, but I hope it doesn't say anything bad about me. So I find it hard to believe that he didn't know this was coming out. I mean, she was making...
I'd like to hope so, right? Yeah. I'd like to think so. I mean, you get totally blindsided by your wife on one of the pertinent issues of this election. I mean, we have said that this election comes down to men versus women.
This isn't just something she wrote in her book. They're advertising this, so it's
advertising it.
So it's obviously something they want out. So anybody who says, "Well, it's just a coincidence," it's just that they want it out there.
Yes.
So of course,
you think Trump wants this out there?
Yes,
Donald Trump.
yes, 100%.
Yes. But he's not going to say that because. But does she really think this? Yes. I think she's being honest. I think she really does think this. The fact that she's finally saying this after all these years, and we know the stance, is because it plays well for just muddying the waters as far as the abortion views. It softens this stance that, those Republicans, they're going to steal away your choices and this and that and the other thing. And then Trump is saying, no, I don't have control over this. It's a states' rights issue. And so it lets him, put his hands up and say, this is a states issue. It's not a federal, it's just, the truth is, and it's really disingenuous, obviously, for Democrats to constantly say, well, would you push for a national abortion ban? you'd have to be an idiot to say yes, because you know that it's going to go to SCOTUS and they're going to punt it again and say, no, we already ruled on this, not happening.
Yeah, we send it back to the states. Your state, whether it's red or blue or purple, they will decide. And you can look at the map and see where it is more pro-life friendly versus more pro-choice friendly. But you talk about, and this is not to rip what you're saying, Dawn, but a lot of people talk, and I'm guilty of it as well, as far as softening it and softening and smoothing the edges. Let me just play devil's advocate to you and to myself, because I've said the same thing that you have said, just looking at it from the other side. If you are a single liberal female outraged by Roe v. Wade from June of 2022, there's nothing Melania Trump can say or Donald Trump can do that softens it for them. They are going to come out guns a-blazing with their pitchforks and like a woman scorned, right? They're angry as a wet hen about that. So I don't know that Melania saying this, even if Donald Trump is in on it from the standpoint of in agreement, yeah, why don't you do that? Why don't you say that? Why don't you put it in the book? This will help. I don't think, like I said, I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle. And then my other kind of devil's advocate proposition would be, you know what, if this is the plan, then why do what was done on June whatever of 2022? Because my consensus has been that nobody was, I really don't believe this. And if people want to push back and call and say, I was not going to vote for Trump if he didn't get this done, then knock yourself out, but I don't believe you. If you love Donald Trump and his policies, if Roe v. Wade never happens in June of 2022 and Trump doesn't take the credit for, what he did with the Supreme Court and getting it sent back to the states, I still truly believe you're voting for him regardless. I'm calling out the poker bluff of people that were going to not be backing. So what, you're going to sit it out and ride with Kamala or Joe for 4 more years? You're going to vote for Tim Walz and Kamala Harris? Were you going to pick somebody else in the primary? Were you going to back Chris Christie? No, you weren't. Don't lie. Don't fool yourself, because you're not fooling me. To me, in summation, it was something that I don't think Trump was going to lose any support within the GOP 2 years ago. So now doing things like this, you trigger the pro-life faction of your party, which I still think will back you, but they're as ticked off as all hell. I'll just read one tweet from one social media conservative, and I think there's probably a lot of people within the far-right faction of the Trump party that is probably feeling the same way this morning. Jesse Kelly, who's got a big platform, he says, I guess and this is in regards to Melania's ad, because he quote tweets Melania Trump's video ad that we just played for you on YouTube. Jesse Kelly says, I guess we didn't know how good we had it when she just hid away for months at a time without hearing from her. You can miss with this demonic baby murdering crap, no matter what your last name happens to be. It's not your body, it's your baby. Don't murder it. I mean, Jesse Kelly just took a flamethrower to Melania Trump right there. And I think there's a lot of people like that feel that way. So I just I'm really trying to figure out what the calculus is here, because okay, Trump's on board with it, but is it really going to work? I mean, is Melania coming out and saying what she said going to win over that suburban undecided mom in Philadelphia or Bucks County? I don't think so, because she's probably pissed as all hell about what happened 2 summers ago.
Perhaps. I think they're simply trying. I really think they're trying to just scramble the efforts of Democrats who are saying there's a clear choice here, and that the Republicans just absolutely want to control your body and take away all your rights. For her to come out here and say this unequivocally, she's saying it. And she's owning it. These are strong statements, because initially when we played that clip that you just played at 11 o'clock yesterday morning or something, it kind of sounds like a tease, like what does your body, your choice mean? But then there's more when they're releasing the script from, the actual transcript from her book. And so this is there's not a question. It's not her asking a question here. This is clearly her view that she has remained silent about. So I think what they're trying to do is mitigate what the Democrats and the media have claimed.
Yeah.
That hey, if this is an important issue to you, man, this is a crystal clear choice. They are so far right on this that they're unreasonable. And so by her saying this, yes, I think for maybe some people, maybe that does mitigate it.
All right. 855-839-1210. Let me grab a couple of calls here before the cut sheet. Let's grab Christopher in South Jersey. Chris, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, guys. I want to say first off that My Body, My Choice went out with COVID. The United States of America purposely moved military men and women out of service because they didn't do what they wanted them to do. My body, my choice. That's a bunch of BS. Number two, the First Lady of the United States has no political power whatsoever. Everybody go check your constitutions. Nowhere does FLOTUS have any legislative power. It's not even an elected position. So I don't know what we're getting our shorts in a bunch about. Number three, I don't understand why you would do this. If President Trump is the man I think he is, why do this?
Well, and that's where I agree. That's where I agree with you.
The flamethrower analogy was right. The flamethrower analogy was perfect. You just pissed off how many millions of people by letting your wife go out there and torch the campaign. Are we trying to lose? What the hell are we doing?
Well, but that's the thing. That's why I ask. I don't understand what the point of this is, because you're going to trigger those that are pro-life. But I don't think they're not going to vote for Trump. But you're not going to win over an independent woman right now that is pro-choice. You think, because honest to God, the truth, the independent woman out there, the independent voter I'm talking about, a childless female that's career-oriented, she probably doesn't like Melania Trump to begin with.
Yeah, but let me explain it. You just said the word when you said, why would he let his wife? So this is all about the media, which we know is complicit, which is left with, which is basically a mouthpiece for the Democrats and for Kamala Harris right now. And so what they're trying to do is say, for Trump to put up his hands and say, I don't control my wife. Okay, she's saying this. It injects something into the media narrative that nobody expected. And so it's like, since we're talking about baseball, just changing up your fastball, changing up your pitch, and they don't expect it. And so this is all for the media. And you're exactly right. Trump can say, well, my wife is not a politician. She's not making any policy. She has no impact on any of this. You're voting for me and you know my proven policies. This allows him to say that, but this is all about, to me, the war against the media, the biased, fake media machine.
But she put it out there. How is it the media? She put this out there.
Right, because they know that they're going to take it. It's chub in the water.
I get it,
That's
but
what
she
this is.
put it out there.
She did. That's correct.
But you can't blame the media if she is putting it out there and saying this is...
You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that this is the red meat. This is the chub that they're throwing into the water so that the media then all goes, who? And they all focus on that and they all talk about it.
Yeah.
Like The View, all these shows that men don't watch. Look at the demographics from all these shows. The bottom line is this is now it being infused into social media clips that who's watching? Women. This, I'm telling you,
by the way,
this has nothing to do with policy. This has nothing to do, to your point that you're calling in saying this, has nothing to do with Trump or any of his policies. This has to do with them just throwing this chub into the chum into the water, the red meat, whatever, throwing the chum into the water. Thank you, Greg.
But she's throwing the chum into the water.
She is.
But this doesn't
to bait the media.
I really don't think
this is a media manipulation.
But it's not, and I'm not see, this is where I disagreed with Christopher because he made 3 points. He's like a sports talk show host. Number one, number two. I agree with him on number three. Number two, why is Trump it's not about letting your wife or the former first lady speak. The first ladies, current and formerly, talk all the time. It's not like they should be kept in the closet.
You're not getting what I'm... So, do you know how difficult it is during any story? And I've studied this in my life. This is what I do and what I've done in television.
Yep.
It is very difficult to ever change a media narrative.
Oh, yeah.
So by them throwing out this bomb, right, they are they are doing something that's nearly impossible to do, to change a media narrative in the left-wing part of the media and to reach these women who are on, because they go, well, yeah, Trump was pretty good with the economy, but it's the abortion issue. If that's their issue, this then changes that narrative, which I will tell you, in my entire career, it's darn near possible to ever change a narrative.
Oh, I get it.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I just look, she can talk about whatever she wants. I don't think she needs to be silenced. But when you come out on a position that is the complete opposite of what the majority of your party wants, and again, I look at the end result. See, it's okay to come out with that, but you have to do the calculation in advance and say, what's the risk reward of this? And are you going to alienate some of your base that is super pro-life, regardless of any situation, or do you think it's like net positive versus net negative, right? Now, look, if you lose 3 Trump supporters, but you gain 4 independents, then it's worth it because you're +1. I just don't think you're going to get that individual based on what Melania says that runs counter to what your platform is based on. So I understand what you're saying as far as trying to change a narrative and how damn near impossible it is because of the power of the mainstream media. I don't dispute that. And I also don't think Melania should shut up. I think Melania should talk anytime she wants. Look, I just don't think it's going to be effective.
Trump can, if he's asked about it, he can say, look, you know, I'm the first GOP candidate to ever, during the 2016 RNC, he had a nun, a Catholic nun, out on that stage. Nobody's ever done that before. It was, I'm telling you, we all were like, whoa, that was unbelievable. Nobody's seen that before, okay? And so he can come out and say that. He can say all of these things, but in the minds of, as far as the social media changing the media narrative, I believe that is perhaps a goal that they had here. And he can put his hands up and say, I don't control my wife, but also her views do not affect or impact my policy or my beliefs.
Got it.
It looks independent.
Let's get a female perspective here. Felicia is in the Northeast, and she says Trump knows what's going on here. Felicia, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, it's so nice to talk to all of you. I love you guys. I listen to you every morning.
Oh, thank you, Felicia.
So I'm kind of now, my thought was original, but Dawn kind of expanded, and now I'm piggybacking off of her. But, so good job, Dawn.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So basically, listen, there's nothing that Trump isn't aware of. You know he knows that this was coming out, period, the end. And he also knows what the ramifications or the positive side of this is going to be. The guy plays, 3D chess. So that being said, knowing that he knew this, his position is his position as president and, going to be president again, God willing. And my thought is regardless of Melania's beliefs, this plays into just women being able to make their own decisions regardless of the man in their life and their beliefs regardless of the man in their life. Don't be surprised if Trump comes out with a statement on his own and is able to say, you all know my position, I reverse Roe v. Wade, blah, blah, blah. However, Melania is her own woman. I would certainly never tell any woman to make a decision based on what I feel. So will it move the needle in either direction? Listen, people who hate Trump hate Trump.
Right.
People who love Trump love Trump.
Right.
I don't think it matters either way. But what it does maybe do just a little bit is he can say, I support women in what they believe, regardless of my position and what I have said on stage.
Is it possible, though, and thanks for the call, Felicia, and I know we got to get to a break. Dawn, is it possible that maybe he didn't know? Now, I guess I should ask the question first. Does Melania's book contain a chapter or a portion on pro-choice and abortion? That would be the most important question to ask. But if it does, is it possible that he didn't know she was going to write about that, and then the campaign comes out and says, why don't you drop this little teaser on social media saying you're pro-choice?
No, I think that
Okay. Just wondering.
He knew, and he's saying, this is your book, you go for it. And just like, Alicia just said, it's just making the case and changing a narrative that he's this controlling monster who wants to control his wife or control his daughters or control you.
Mm-hmm. Lucy says exactly what I was saying. He says, as a Catholic, I'm very disappointed in Melania's view on abortion, especially because she's a Catholic. However, I will still vote for Trump because the alternative is far, far worse.
Yeah, nobody's going to not vote for Trump.
That's my point. That's what I've been. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to say.
And Trump has alluded to the fact, and he has said over time, to think about what saves lives. And so you look at this storm right now, this hurricane and the aftermath of it. There's a new study that says a hurricane like this one, which is one of the worst to hit our nation, our United States of America in a century, is that you're looking at when you look at the death toll with first responders, with the impact on people's lives, maybe 11,000 people in total. At the end of the day, that death toll that continues to grow over time, over years, because they suffered, physically and all of that. And so then you say to yourself, well, if you want to save lives and you want to make America great again, by that nature, you do save lives, and you do influence people to keep their baby.
Yeah.
And there are people right now who are even with their husband, they have 3-4 kids, and they have relations that are unprotected, and they're going and buying Plan B, which just brings on your period. It doesn't cause an abortion, and those are Catholics doing that. Why are they doing that? Because they say, you know what, we can't afford, we just can't afford, it'll take all of our whole family down if we do have that 4th or 5th child. Those conversations, they're happening.
All right, 855-839-1210. As we continue, how about this? We're going straight into it. You thought we were going to come back at 7:58 and be late for the cut sheet? No, we are only 6 minutes late. Let's get to it on a Friday.
We're just going to...
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease a 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month for 36 months. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Let's stick with the Melania Trump thing, shall we? Cut 22 here, Phil. Apparently, Melania Trump, or the publisher, right? It's not her, but the publisher, asked for $250,000 to do an interview with CNN.
Oh, boy. CNN's like, we don't have a show in the top 25.
This was them reporting on this yesterday. Cut 22, Phil, go.
What else did you learn about Melania Trump in these sit-downs? Well, also, Pam, in light of your reporting today about her seeking this six-figure fee, $250,000, to do an interview with CNN, which obviously CNN declined to do. We don't pay for interviews here as part of reporting. But the fact that she asked that, we were hoping to sit down with her as part of this documentary, because what we're really taking a look at is whoever it is that wins the election, we are going to have an unusual figure in that role as the first spouse, whether it's Melania Trump returning to that position, because we saw how fundamentally she changed it the last time that she was in there. It's an ill-defined role. It's not paid. Obviously, that person is not elected, but there are often high expectations for every former First Lady that has come before Melania Trump. And I actually spoke with experts who study the trajectory of First Ladies, who thought that she actually did a lot for First Ladies in the sense of she did not conform to what the stereotypical norms and that job looks like. And so it actually frees up future first spouses who come into this role. And obviously, if Kamala Harris wins this election, Doug Emhoff would be the first guy to ever occupy that role. You go to the First Ladies exhibit at the Smithsonian, and it's filled with their inaugural gowns and what they wore, and the idea that it could be a tux in there in the future. We took a really interesting look at this, and I think people will find the documentary to be pretty fascinating. It's
So $250,000. That's actually a bargain. I would have asked for more, but I also don't blame Melania for asking for that. To be honest, if I'm Melania Trump, whether or not my husband interjects and says no, don't go on, or ask him for a king's fortune, a king's ransom, why would you even give CNN anything, right? Like, what have they done to show that they want to interview you objectively? What are they going to do? Ask her a couple of questions on her book and her position on this, and then hit her with like a January 6th question or a 2020 election question? To me, CNN's lost credibility. If I'm Melania, you'd have to pay me 8 figures to go on that network. That's just me.
Yeah, and this is the book publisher. So she can just say, look, this is through, they didn't talk to her, they didn't contact her directly. And so this is probably their standard thing that they thought, it's Skyhorse Publishing. So they reportedly sent this document labeled confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement to the CNN reporter who asked for it. And so they'd have to sign off on it, and that if you want an interview with the First Lady, you can pay for it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as somebody who contacts publishers all the time about doing events and stuff, nobody's ever said to us, pay us to do this. This is
the compensation's the exposure, right?
It's kind of odd.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's what the publisher is saying is that they would be the fee covers both an interview and licensing of the photos and the book excerpts. So this is the publisher, because Skyhorse Publishing, I think, now owns or has the license on some of these photos.
Right.
It's actually theirs. So I don't know. My question within all of this is the $250K. Who does that go to?
Well, it's a good point, though, because you don't want to give away the content of the book for free, right? You're trying to sell the book, right?
Well, in photos, so we know, and that's why if you have a photo and this has gone to court, you have to be very careful with photos, right? Because these are licensed photos. And the internet, there have been all these lawsuits over this. But for media, for somebody like CNN, if there's a photo, then you have to put Getty Images. You have to make sure that somebody signed off on that.
Yep.
So I think the publisher may get all or a portion of that $250K.
By the way, since we're so fascinated with first spouses, has CNN yet reported on the allegations against Doug Emhoff allegedly slapping his girlfriend?
The slap heard around the world.
I'm just curious because in all seriousness, we don't know if it happened. It's one report saying that, so I'm not saying that it happened.
Sure,
but the mainstream media news does love to run with things that they don't 100% know, like from sources, you know what I mean? So it's not like it's out of the ordinary for them to say, well, we don't know this, but we're reporting on it. I haven't seen CNN or any of these stations report on it at all.
Have they even covered the nanny allegations that are out there?
I don't know.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
CNN did, August 3rd. Emhoff acknowledges affair during first marriage.
Yeah, because he acknowledged it.
Yeah, because he acknowledged it.
They had to.
Yeah. By the way, while we're at it, just to point out some of the absurdity from the media, can I? Because I had this on the show sheet. We won't get to it, but I'll just hit on it now. As far as the vice president debate went on Tuesday night, let's call out ABC first. 3 days apart, September 29th, ABC News headline: why Tuesday's vice presidential debate could matter more than history suggests. That was September 29th. On October 2nd, the day after the debate, ABC News: why VP debates aren't all that important. Why? Because J.D. Vance whooped it up on Timmy Walls?
Oh, that's funny.
Come on,
That
man.
is funny.
And then just the last one on Politico. This is amazing as well. So Politico, 4 years ago, in 2020, wrote an article on Justin Trudeau. And I want to highlight this one for you. This is really amazing. So in 2020, this was December 23rd, Politico, with a picture of Trudeau with the salt and pepper beard grown in. At the very beginning of this interminable year, Justin Trudeau grew a beard. The beard was significant, a symbol of a once youthful prime minister who was now older and wiser and battle-scarred. December 2020, Trudeau grows a beard, Politico. Fast forward to 2024, J.D. Vance beard. Vance is the first White House wannabe to wear facial hair in 80 years. Research indicates that voters see beards as more masculine. They can be positive to some, but to others, especially women, it can be negative, conveying aggression and the opposition to feminist ideals.
Yep.
So Trudeau's like learning he's becoming a grizzled veteran, and J.D. Vance hates women. Okay.
An MSNBC producer, a weekend producer for the Iman show, was caught on one of those hidden cameras. I think this is O'Keefe's group, admitting that the network is quote brainwashing and dumbing down their viewers in an effort to get Kamala elected.
Ooh.
I don't think that this is anything breaking. Anybody who follows these outlets knows that's exactly what they're doing. Cut 8, Phil, go.
So do you feel like MSNBC is doing enough to help the Harris campaign?
I mean, they're doing all they can.
Meet Basil Hamden, a writer and producer for MSNBC's weekend show, Iman. Basil also reveals that, quote, what her message of the day is is their MSNBC's message of the day.
What have they done to help the Harris campaign?
Amplify her message. What her message of the day is their message of the day.
Hamden revealed that MSNBC is the Democratic Party's mouthpiece and is doing anything to get Kamala elected. Hamden says this news network is indistinguishable from the Democratic Party.
So is MSNBC just like doing whatever it takes to get Kamala elected?
Yes. It hammers home the point that I'm making, that this news network is indistinguishable from the party.
Are they just the Democratic Party's mouthpiece?
Exactly.
MSNBC is the Democratic Party's mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Basil calls MSNBC viewers brainwashed and states that MSNBC made their viewers dumber over the years.
Viewers get mad at the guests or the host if the host were to criticize Democrats. They've made their viewers dumber over the years. I think brainwashing and dumbing down,
it's bad.
Aggressive.
I get it.
Helps Trump.
When she's delivering these messages.
There you go.
Wow. I mean, all you got to do is give that guy a little Pinot Grigio and kaboom. He starts running his mouth. James O'Keefe is amazing, is he not? I mean, he gets these people to... We've played, 4 of these now in the last 3 months?
Yeah, he gets them all liquored up. And
and then they start spouting off.
Because if you're watching the videos, you can see they're enjoying some red wine.
Yes, I'm sorry, not Pinot Grigio. A little Cabernet, probably. Yeah. Look, I think we all realize that they just... And I say this, of the belief that it was happening, but, somewhat sarcastically... The MSNBC just repeats the talking points, and I said, I'd love to get on that email. It's like a mass email that the Democrat Party sends out, and they send it to MSNBC, who obviously, I mean, you heard it right there, first-hand account. It's a copy and paste job. Whatever they're told to say, they say, until it becomes to the point where, like Morning Joe all of a sudden on June 28th, yeah, I know I told you a month ago that this is the best Joe we've ever seen, but after that debate in Atlanta, the gig's up, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, MSNBC is the television equivalent of the New York Times. It's just propaganda. That's all it is.
So you wonder if Basil Hamden, the producer there at MSNBC, will get fired.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're going to can basil and hire oregano.
Really? Or what? Basil and Kale. I wonder if he will get fired, because maybe he says, hey, they took me out of context, or that's, we'll see if he gets fired.
I mean, how do you take somebody out of context?
Right. That's
she
pretty
asked,
much nuts and bolts.
Unless that's all AI,
right?
Then there's no way you can take him out of context for saying what he said. So,
that's correct.
Maybe he's a disgruntled employee. You know what I mean? Maybe he doesn't work there anymore.
Yeah, could be. But by the way, I've got the top 25 rated shows in cable news. You have to go down to the 13th spot to find the first show that's not Fox. Literally, the top 12 is all Fox. The 5, Waters, Hannity, Gutfeld, Ingram, Special Report, Outnumbered, The Story, America Reports, Faulkner Focus, Cavuto, America's Newsroom. At number 13, Deadline from MSNBC. It's a 5 to 6 p.m. show. Never heard of it. Joy Reid is 14th. Rachel Maddow and her One Night a Week is 16th. And you have to get to number 24, Anderson Cooper, to find a CNN show. So if you look at that, CNN's primetime lineup, 4 shows, only one of them cracked the top 25. No Abby Phillip, no Aaron Burnett, and no Caitlin Collins. CC, the source.
We've discussed a lot this morning about FEMA not having the funds to make it through this hurricane season. Mayorkas said that yesterday. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
But 3 months ago, Phil, this is cut 9, 3 months ago, he says, quote, FEMA is tremendously prepared for hurricane season. Cut 9, Phil, go.
FEMA is tremendously prepared. This is what we do. This is what they do. And the key here, Rebecca, is also to make sure that the communities who are potentially impacted are prepared as well.
You know my views on this man right here. I've said it many times. He makes my skin crawl. I don't like his appearance. I don't like the way he sounds. I don't like what he's involved with. And The only thing I've ever said in defense of Mayorkas, which is not really a defense, but I think it's just the reality, he's just taking the marching orders from those above him. He's another puppet. He's not really in control of Homeland Security. He has to acquiesce to either the elected or the unelected bureaucrats. But this is a man who has allowed 15, 20 million people to come across, rape your wife, rape your girlfriend, murder people. And in a matter of 90 days is, well, we've got everything. We're ready to go, baby. And then kaboom, it's hurricane season. And you've got many portions of the Southeast, like Dawn, you mentioned, they're going to be finding bodies a month from now. And $750, think about what that does for you in today's economy. If you're a family of 4, husband, wife, 2 kids, that's 3 trips to the grocery store. What does that get you in a day and age when your house is floating down the street?
Now, they're saying, to be fair, that the $750 is only for, is only like a first installment for
survival,
hotels and,
shelter, food, water,
that type of stuff. But to your point, how much does $750 really get you?
Yeah. Embarrassing.
It's still too little, too late. The fact that neither of them were there in the first, 5 days of a major storm impacting this huge part of the country. I don't know how you recover from that.
Yeah, look, that's why there's so many people in society that can't stand any of these agencies, and they don't trust them. That's why people want an outsider in Washington. And you go back even, to when a Republican was in office and was funding all these wars. Go back to the Bush days. It's just amazing to me. And we know what the answer is. Well, because it's not profitable for them to give you money. War is profitable. That's why they do it. It's all about what they get in return for it. It's just embarrassing that you can be one of these people that are a Trump supporter, which I am. I subscribe to the populist idea, America first. And people are like, well, what you think? So it's okay for Russia to steamroll Ukraine? Honestly, do I want anybody to die in any other country as the result of a dictator like Putin or Xi or what Iran's trying to do? No. I hope Israel defends themselves. But you know what I care about first and foremost? I care first and foremost about Americans. And that's what you need to do to anybody that comes back. Oh, so you're one of those I'm not pro-Russia. I can't stand Russia either. But I'm done with just giving Zelensky everything he asks for while American citizens are just being steamrolled every day by their own government. So if that makes me a bad guy, then, go elsewhere. Go pound sand.
By the way, Basil Hamden fired.
Of course.
MSNBC.
Of course. Can you imagine these people?
He got O'Keefe'd.
I don't know. It sounded like he was there with a female
on a date.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was trying to impress her. You know what I mean? It's amazing.
Yeah, and that's probably what he said. He's like, look, I just I was on this date and it seemed like that would make her happy, so I was just going along with it.
We need O'Keefe to infiltrate the Eagles and get Jalen Hurts on record. What do you really think about Nick Sirianni?
Oh, can you imagine? Yeah. Start doing that with athletes. James.
Oh, it'd be great.
Trump reiterated kind of what you were saying, Nick, about this administration. Cut 3, Phil. Go.
If you want to see how sick and distorted Kamala Harris's priorities are, just consider FEMA. FEMA. You know what that is, right? The Federal Emergency Management Agency. And you read about now all the time because there's nobody that's handled a hurricane or storm worse than what they're doing right now. Kamala spent all her FEMA money, billions of dollars, on housing for illegal migrants, many of whom should not be in our country, including $1 billion for gift cards for illegal aliens and putting them up in luxury hotels with a gift card to welcome them to America as our veterans are sleeping on the sidewalks below those hotels and they're being walked into luxury hotels.
Yeah, I know he said what FEMA stands for, but for me, it's foreigners first, Americans last, and that I'll stand by that. And it's, for an administration that's hell-bent on the optics, can you imagine how bad that would look? That you're getting a $500 a night hotel that most of us probably can't afford to put up that kind of cash to stay in a beautiful spot. As veterans are sleeping on the curbs, in the gutters, we've got Americans that have needles and syringes in places like Kensington. And then on top of it, the lack of gratitude of, hey, I'm in a $500 a night hotel, so what do? I have an alcohol-raging, sex-infused bender where I trash everything. And then, oh, by the way, remember that? The food was not good enough either.
Yeah.
They were throwing the food out.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sorry, when you get handed something to you for free, it's probably not a good look to throw it out.
Governor Kemp in Georgia says that apparently only 11 counties in Georgia were included in the FEMA disaster declaration to start, and he said something like 99 or something were a mess.
Wow.
Cut 5, Phil, go.
When the first emergency declarations came down, there was only 11 counties in that. A lot of people were outraged, including me, because there was such devastation in up to 90 counties. So we called the White House. We spoke to the president's chief of staff, the FEMA administrator, and said, "Look, you're sending the signal that you're not paying attention to some of these rural communities."
I'd love to know, having worked in the Atlanta area, how many counties in and around the heart of Atlanta, whether it's Fulton County, DeKalb, and a few others, were taken care of. 11 out of 99. I mean, that's less than 10%.
We played this earlier. Going to play it for all of you late risers. Where have you been since 6:10 this morning when we originally played this? Bruce Springsteen, just like every man, sitting around on his flannel at a diner, drinking a cup of coffee for 90 cents. Just an everyman.
Just trying to get his morning fuel.
We were shocked and stunned by his endorsement, because he's like Northampton County.
Yeah.
Nick Kayal. He goes back and forth, and whatever way he goes, the election goes.
He's Bellwether Bruce. He's the bellwether boss.
So he came out shocking everybody on who he's going to endorse this election cycle. Cut 6, Phil, go.
Hi, I'm Bruce Springsteen.
Hi.
Friends, fans, and the press have asked me who I'm supporting in this most important of elections.
Swing State Springsteen.
Full knowledge of my opinions, no more or less important than those of any of my fellow citizens. Here's my answer. I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president and Tim Walz for vice president, and opposing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Here's why.
Yeah.
We are shortly coming upon one of the most consequential elections in our nation's history. Perhaps not since the Civil War has this great country felt as politically, spiritually, and emotionally divided as it does then at this moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be this way.
Just hanging out at a diner.
The common values, the shared stories that make us a great and united nation are waiting to be rediscovered and retold once again. Now that will take time, hard work, intelligence, faith, and women and men with the national good guiding their hearts. America is the most powerful nation on earth, not just because of her overwhelming military strength or economic power, but because of what she stands for, what she means, what she believes in. Freedom, social justice, equal opportunity,
equity,
the right to be in love who you want.
Yeah.
These are the things that make America great.
Yeah, man.
Donald Trump is the most dangerous candidate for president in my lifetime. His disdain for the sanctity of our Constitution, the sanctity of democracy, the sanctity of the rule of law, and the sanctity of the peaceful transfer of power should disqualify him from the office of president ever again.
Oh, shut up. Oh, God, shut up.
All right, so let's play a little play along here. Greg Stocker, if you could go into Bruce mode for you, I'll ask you the question. Okay. Boss, why are you endorsing Kamala Harris?
I'm just endorsing Kamala Harris because I'm a common man. Just, she helps the common man like me. It's hard to get by these days. being a farmer. And by the way, where is he that he has that flannel jacket on where it looks like it's about 3 degrees below zero?
Yeah, he's in Beecham County, Alabama.
AC must be cranked in that Jersey diner.
By the way, he gave one of those platitudes of the most important election of our lifetime. Both sides use this, but I'm using him as the example since he just said it. Just so you know, Slate wrote an article that phrase has been used to describe American elections for 200 plus years, starting in 1813. So whenever you hear anybody, I don't care if it's left or right, say the most important election of our lifetime, just remember that has been used since 1813.
Yeah,
to describe elections.
It's like my old boss in sports radio. Today's the biggest day we've ever had.
Biggest day.
Bigger than yesterday.
Biggest day.
And by the way, when he talks, not for nothing, but most dangerous presidents, isn't it funny how born in the USA, and I've been to many of his concerts where he talked about what happened when he had to go and they rejected him to serve at Vietnam, which took nearly 60,000 lives of our American service members. But Trump is dangerous. Yeah, right.
I just, if I have to hear that story when he goes into the river and talks about me and my old man, I was sitting at a table and I was about to be enlisted in Vietnam, and I grew my hair long. It's like, oh my God, just play the damn song.
I don't know what I like more, your Bruce or your Bobby impersonation. Bobby Kennedy, what are your thoughts on Bruce Springsteen?
How many more? By the way, how many more women have come forward saying that he had inappropriate relationships with him?
Bruce?
No, Bobby Kennedy.
Oh, Bobby Kennedy
Jr. Yeah.
Did I read that Bobby's now being looked at by the FBI as well?
I don't know. I don't know if he should be looked at by the FBI, but I
thought I saw that. But
his wife Cheryl Hines thought that he had his sex demons in the closet, and they were under control. But apparently he does. One day I will be wrong. Today is not that day.
What do you think Bobby Kennedy would sound like singing at a Bruce concert?
I don't know. I can't do it anymore.
Can you go there for me?
My throat hurts.
I don't want you to end up like losing a vocal cord.
My throat hurts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Three women claim RFK Jr. cheated with him on his wife Cheryl Hines.
He's a creep. He's a creep.
We should get Bobby Kennedy and Doug Emhoff together.
Well, he didn't. RFK Jr. didn't slap anybody.
No, I know.
Oh, I agreed. Yeah, this whole thing, I can't, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
He's a lover, not a fighter.
We can say one is a creep and the other is also a creep. We don't say, well, what about this person? What about that person? Okay, they're both creeps.
Yeah. Bobby would slap the hell out of Doug, though. Bobby's jacked.
Thank you.
Yeah, got a great physique, man. I can say that I can appreciate the male physique as a straight man. Yeah, man. I wish I was built like that, bro.
Male hormones. Kennedy denies, by the way, all these women coming out of the woodwork.
And Doug Emhoff denies this, too. So,
did he?
Yes. His representative came out
his
and said it.
Did Kamala vet Doug better than she vetted Tim Walz?
Because she has. That's a great point, Nick. She doesn't have a great history of vetting people.
She doesn't choose her men well. Whether it's Dougie or Timmy, Josh would have been a better selection over Timmy. Kamala and Taylor Swift have a lot in common. They both always seem to pick the wrong man.
Latino voters give 3 reasons why she supports Trump over Kamala Harris. This is cut 1. Phil, go.
¿Por qué está apoyando President Trump?
Primero,
3 reasons you are supporting President Trump.
3 razones. La familia,
Family,
la vida y el fin de la guerra.
An end of war.
Wow.
All right. So family, she's probably pro-life. I'm going to assume what life means, pro-life. And she's anti-war.
Yep.
Good for her. It's a very fascinating dynamic in play here. I gave you those numbers of illegal immigrants in the swing states that have been sent there, of those 7 states by the Biden-Harris administration. We know what their end game is. They're importing new voters, right? That's what their goal is. That's what their hope is. Yet on the other end of the spectrum, Trump is doing as well as he ever has with Latino voters. So it's a very fascinating dynamic of those that are eligible to vote, that are of Hispanic descent in this country, that are going right and going Trump in a record fashion never seen before, versus what could happen either this election or in 2028 or in 2032 about the imported voters that Harris and Biden and Democrats hope will vote D. It's kind of like a butting of the heads here. It's like the Bud Bowl back in the day.
Bud Bowl.
Yeah, remember when Bud Light and Budweiser would smash together in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So you're going to have illegal immigrants. Hopefully the Harris administration says they'll vote D against those that have more conservative values that are voting Trump. Fascinating.
Last night was the big debate between Bob Casey Jr. and Dave McCormick.
By the way, my wife got so angry when I put it on. Because we were flipping before from the football game to the Mets game, and every now and then I'd pop into McCormick and Bobby, and she's like, I had to sit through this on Tuesday. I'm not doing it for this. I'm like, this is actually technically more local than what we watched on Tuesday.
Talking about deportations, Dave McCormick says this. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Of the weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and Bob Casey supported them every step of the way. What chutzpah to run an ad on how tough he is on the border when he voted against funding for the Border Patrol. He ran an ad in front of the wall that he voted against. He voted for sanctuary cities. He voted for federal benefits for illegal immigrants. And the fentanyl crisis that's come across our border is the direct result of the weakness of Bob Casey not standing up to these terrible cartels. So this man has very little that he can say with credibility on the border. We have an enormous crisis. We learned just recently that 25,000 convicted murderers and rapists have come across the border. Absolutely, we need to send them home. We need to deport first and foremost those convicted criminals. We have hundreds of people that are on a terrorist watch list. We have made Americans less secure. We've made our country less secure. We've made Pennsylvania less secure because of the weakness of Bob Casey and the Democrats on this issue. I will be strong on this issue on day one.
You want to win over women voters or do the best to mitigate whatever you've lost or whatever you never might have had if you're Trump, you should have been, and to some extent they have with the border. I would have been hammering, forget Melania doing a pro-choice commercial. You should be hammering home the names like Lake and Riley and all of these females that have been victimized. But you want to put this about women, right? Because Kamala's got the whole abortion thing as her ace up her sleeve. To counter that, Republicans should be hammering home all of these women that have been victimized, raped, or murdered by people that shouldn't be here.
Dawn mentioned that it got a little testy last night between both candidates, but especially Bob Casey. Going to cut 14 here, Phil. He talked about when Dave McCormick was a CEO of a hedge fund silencing and bullying women. Cut 14, Phil, go.
Look, I know he's going to continue to brag about his record as a hedge fund CEO. So let's talk a little more about that. He's also a hedge fund CEO who silenced women when they came forward to make allegations about sexual harassment. He silenced women. At the same time he was doing that, I was passing legislation with Pat Toomey to get tougher on predators who are targeting minors, and also passing legislation to make it more difficult for anyone to commit the crime of sexual assault on a campus.
Dawn Senslin, your thoughts on that? I don't even know what to say. I mean, he's just so super low energy. The weird part is, the 3 times that I tuned in, I didn't see the combativeness. So I mean, I can't even comment on it because every time I tuned in, it was either I'm agreeing with McCormick or I'm falling asleep listening to Casey.
Yeah, my whole take was back and forth. The moderator was not, it was one guy moderating.
Yeah, I heard.
And he was just putting out the topics. He gave them time, but the moderator was quick because he wanted to get through all these different issues. So he'd say, okay, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. So the moderator stuck to the rules and gave no opinion that I heard
what a novel concept.
And was pretty much, just like, let's keep the time here. We've only got an hour.
Yeah.
And allow the audience to fact check. But what struck me was, Bob Casey would, and then McCormick would go, BobCaseyLines.com. He just kept saying that. And after a while, it got kind of funny to me because he was saying it too quickly for the moderator to say, hey, you're interrupting or something. He just, his answer to it before, while Bob Casey's face is still, on camera, and I go, BobCaseyLines.com. It just got comical after a while because they're saying, you're a liar. No, you're a liar.
Marcus Aurelius says on Twitter, I know people who think Bob Casey Jr. is his long dead father, and that's why they are voting for him.
Yeah, the Casey name in the state, Dawn knows it's legendary,
Yes.
and people vote. It's no question in my mind. People vote on him just for his for his last name and because of what his father did.
And because his dad was, the really the Catholic pro-life, and just a man of integrity. I mean, that's so well respected. But McCormick, tried to poke holes in that, even by saying, hey, at one point, Bob Casey, you claimed you were pro-life at one point when you were running over the 30 years in your career, and then did a switcheroo.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you go from pro-life to how do you do that?
Mm-hmm. Cut 15 here, Phil. Dave McCormick hammering Bob Casey on the inflation and the out-of-control spending. Cut 15. I saw this. Cut 15, go.
When you're spent your entire life in public service, elected office, 30 years, you're like a hammer looking for a nail. The cause of inflation is the policies, the out-of-control spending of Biden, Harris, and Casey. Bob Casey voted 100% of the time for that $5 trillion of new spending. The experts at the time, Larry Summers, the San Francisco Fed, said this would create inflation. This is been tried in America.
Yeah, he's spot on. Every economic expert had said that this was going to cause out-of-control inflation, and the excessive spending would bite America in the ass. It's exactly what happened. Kamala Harris was a tiebreaker for this. And this is the thing that I feel like always gets lost in this is, we had COVID officially was acknowledged in this country as a disaster. Roughly, was it March 12th of 2020? I'll always remember the NBA shutting down on March 12th, 2020 and suspending play because of the pandemic, even though we know that stuff was here in the holidays of 2019. But think about that. Even 9-10 months later, after everything shut down, it's January of 2021. We've been through hell for 9 straight months. Trump still handed off the football with inflation at 1.9%, or is it 1.4%? I know it's in the ones. And that thing escalated all the way up to 9.1%.
Yep. By the way, just a quick question, and then we should break, because Sean Farish, or should I say
right.
Donald Trump is in the on-deck circle. Is because you see the disparity between the polls for Casey and McCormick and Kamala and Trump. And it looks like, according to the polls, that Bob Casey has a pretty commanding lead over Dave McCormick. Do you see a scenario where Casey wins and Trump wins?
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I don't see that scenario at all.
Could I see a scenario where McCormick wins and Kamala wins? No.
I think that if Trump wins Pennsylvania, McCormick wins. That's what I think. I think so. If Trump, and this is, if you believe it, all the polls, if you believe all the reports, it's going to be razor thin. But that's really what I'm looking at, is that if the top of the ticket goes to Trump, then I think you're going to see McCormick win.
I agree with that. I don't think there's any scenario where Bob Casey wins and Trump wins.
No.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm. No. You're telling me Democrat voters are going to go there and vote for Bob Casey and Trump, or just not vote? I don't see that happening.
No.
I mean, look at North Carolina. It's a state Trump's won twice. They vote Democrat with Roy Cooper to be governor. Same thing with Andy Beshear in Kentucky. They're going to vote Trump as a state for the president, and they vote Democrat governor.
But it depends on it. It really always depends on the individual candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And so for McCormick, I think that his campaign has done a pretty good job. I mean, it depends, because now we're down to a month.
Yeah.
So what comes out? And these allegations, and you heard, Bob Casey trying to throw out there smears, such as claiming that McCormick, the claim was that McCormick, while he was CEO, there were harassment claims by a woman.
Yeah, that's what Casey
right?
brought,
And that's what Casey brought up. Mm-hmm. But McCormick, and the problem with that claim, you know what that is, because a similar claim was made against Governor Josh Shapiro, that in the Shapiro administration, the allegation is that someone within his administration who was supposed to be bipartisan Republican had sexually harassed these people, and that Shapiro either covered it up or didn't do enough about it. So Casey probably has to walk that line because it does bring up the Shapiro story. In the case of Bridgewater, with when he was CEO, when McCormick was CEO, I mean, there's no allegation, by the way, of that McCormick or Shapiro ever sexually harassed anybody ever. There's nothing of that sort. This is, what did they know? When did they know? And did they tell somebody? The one quote by McCormick, he supposedly told the woman, well, I would hope that you keep this within the company and don't publicly smear the entire company, or something to that effect. Is that really, I don't know. Is that retaliation? Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
I just don't see a scenario where, that's why I think the polls in Pennsylvania are off one way or another, because I just don't see this huge disparity between people voting for.
So you don't see Casey up 7-8 points, yet Trump up 1 on Harris.
100%. Or to that fact, Harris up 2. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's either if Trump wins, McCormick is going to win. Dawn is right about that. But I also think that if Casey wins, Kamala wins.
Yeah. Interesting point.
But I think you look at the energized, who's energized here? So the community of immigrants who are either, if they're immigrants and they can legally vote, they are the community that is energized right now and very upset with now all of these illegal folks, some of whom have a criminal element. Not all, of course.
Yep.
But they're the most impacted by this issue. So if they're energized, if the unions are energized, who are they energized for? These are the questions I have. And then who is not energized? Who is saying, you know what? I usually vote Democrat. I'm staying home. So if those Democrats don't feel energized and stay home, that's just it. Who stays home? Who is energized? Who is passionate? And what is in the headlines right now that further, energizes people? Those are my questions.
Speaking of getting energized, it's time for a coffee break. We've been on since, I think, 7:23.
Have we?
Because there was no break before the cut sheet. So I'm going to get more caffeine, and then we're going to bring Donald J. Trump in
What?
here. Yeah.
No!
Get
up, Harry.
Come on.
Harry.
Come
Get up,
on.
everybody. Trump joins us. Faux Trump joins us next as we continue on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from the Piazza Auto Group, as I'm looking forward to stopping out today and going to Pottstown, visiting the top biggity bigs, as Dawn would like to say, with the Piazza Auto Group at a little golf function. But that's a Kayal issue. You're more worried about great values on automobiles, right? So let me tell you about the Mazda CX-30 from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and the extensive crossover and SUV lineup that they have. Because nowadays, SUVs, they come in all different shapes and sizes. You can have a more affordable one at the pump, like the sleek CX-5. Maybe you need a little bigger room. How about the capable CX-50? Or if you need the big one, how about the 3-row CX-90? And if you need something a little bit smaller, but bigger than the CX-50, how about the CX-70? You picking up on the theme here? 50, 70, 90. The bigger they are, the bigger the number, the more space, the more rows. Yeah, something for everybody and something for every lifestyle. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading is going to help you find the one that is right for your life with financing that will fit every lifestyle. How about this? 0% APR for 36 months. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester and Reading for a personalized Nick Kayal test drive. Tell them you want the Nick Kayal test drive from 1210 WPHT. They'll know exactly what you were talking about. Or you can shop online right now at piazzamazda.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. 800-290-7100.
The following is a paid commercial message. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President. The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something that doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They released dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the godfather of credit rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 8:39. It is a Friday morning, and when we get to this point of the week, you know it is Donald Trump time as we welcome in the 45th President of the United States back here again on Kayal and Company. Mr. Trump, great to have you again, sir. How are you?
Well, we're doing very well. I have to say that. We love being with 1210 WPHT. You're tremendous people. Philadelphia, we love Philadelphia. And from what I can tell, Philadelphia loves me too, you know, not even the booze over the sneakers, but I tend to be more popular than Santa Claus at an Eagles game, which you know what I'm talking about. And I might even be more popular than Nick Sirianni because they're doing a horrible job, the Eagles. But we'll see what happens. They got the you-know-what blown out of them last week. It was horrible, but we'll see what happens. We love Philly. Now Philly doesn't like me anymore. We just lost the election. We're doing very well, and we are very unhappy with the federal response by Kamala. You know that? All the money going to the bad hombres and none going to the good hombres who need it. It's a shame.
Mr. President, let's start with that, because here you have many people in a portion of the country that votes for you. North Carolina, Georgia, the rural areas of the Southeast, obviously South Carolina, Tennessee, Florida impacted as well. And here you go with FEMA, $750 for those impacted by the hurricane. But we've got billions for Ukraine. We've got billions for illegal immigrants that are coming all over this country that are being shipped in and sent to swing states. This really is a disgrace that personifies America last. What would be your message to those that have been impacted should they vote for you and put you back in office?
Well, this never would have happened if I was your president. And if I was your president, there might not have even been a hurricane. We'll see what happens. But, you know, I have to say this. The only thing that blows harder than a Category 4 hurricane, think about it, use your imagination, is a Category 5 hurricane. Let's not be crazy now. Let's not get disgusted. Let's not be sick, people. Okay? Let's not be sick. You know that. We're talking about the disaster, a horrible disaster, a worse disaster than Chris Christie after Taco Bell. You know, that's a pretty big disaster. Floods and mud and all sorts of terrible things included. You know, we've seen these scenes before in the governor's mansion in New Jersey, in the bathroom after White Castle. They call it a belly bomb. But you look at these hurricane areas, the flood areas, these are horrible things that are happening to great people. These are great people. And we get along very well with these people, but they're in a very bad situation. And FEMA, you know, it's called Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they instead took the emergency money and they gave it to bad hombres, people who are not supposed to be here. The borders are let them in. And now these people are getting $750, which buys you maybe a pack of gum in Kamala's economy. It really is terrible. But when I'm your president, and if I was your president, we wouldn't have these problems. We'd have a budget, we'd have the money, we'd have the resources, and we'd have the places almost already cleaned up. But they are taking their sweet time. And now the other people, the good people, the American people, are being told they're not allowed to help, which is really a disgrace. You have Mayor Pete.
Oh, no.
Boot Edge. You know what I'm talking about. Boot Edge.
Boot Edge.
It's very hard to say his name, by the way. Boot Edge. You look at that. He says you're not allowed to fly drones to help. You're not allowed to do that. He's a horrible person. And from what I understand, they named South Bend, Indiana, after him because he does a lot of bending, from what I understand.
No, that's not.
But from what we understand,
I don't think that's true.
That's where they got the name from. But they're doing a horrible job. I can tell you that they're doing a horrible job, and it never would have happened if I was your president.
One person that did not do
he's really unplugged today.
Job. He is. It's a Friday with Trump. Yeah. Let's go, baby. One person that did not have a bad night was J.D. Vance, your Veep, on Tuesday, carving up Tim Walz. I mean, it was so bad that Politico even had to say on their front page, Vance won. Your thoughts on J.D. and for all of those who might have questioned your selection?
Well, we love J.D. Vance, and we love they look at it. We look at the memes. It's called the Vance glance. It's the side eye. It's a beautiful thing. but you don't mess with that guy.
No.
And you see, he's got a beautiful beard. You know that? It's perfect. It's a beautiful beard. And Tim Walz has a beautiful beard, too. Its name is Gwen Walz, okay? Because there's something very wrong with this guy. There's something very wrong with this guy.
That's not right.
Okay? You see him. He's flailing around like he's got a discount on a used car. You know what I'm talking about? This guy's a crazy person. And he went to China. And he said he went to China during the Tiananmen Square massacre. And he wasn't there. I got along, by the way, very well with China. I got along well with a lot of people. President Xi, we call him Winnie the Pooh. You know all about it. But J.D. Vance did a fantastic job. He was smart, and he's very smart. He's a handsome guy. You look at the blue eyes. You look at that. You can get lost in his eyes. He's a tremendous guy. And then you have Elmer Fudd, who is stumbling, fumbling, and bumbling his way through the debate. He made a fool of himself, and it's very easy for him to do that because that guy is... we say he's got a lot of problems. He's got a lot of problems. We don't know. There's backstories with horses and certain things. We don't know what happened. Tim Walz, his favorite time of year is the Triple Crown. He loves the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont, which was in Saratoga this year because they're rebuilding Belmont. Saratoga, where George Santos fought very hard in the Revolutionary War. We heard about it. It was George and George, Santos and Washington next to each other. What an incredible time. But you see, the debate, it was a tremendous debate. J.D. Vance did a fantastic job. Some people say the greatest job. I think the second greatest job because, of course, I'm the greatest. But he did a fantastic job, and we're very proud of him. J.D. Vance and the Vance Glance won the day, and everybody knows it.
I like that. Donald Trump joining us. Let's get to you specifically, Mr. President. We'll get to tomorrow's return to Butler in a moment, but I want to start with some of the lawfare from earlier this week. Jack Smith, another last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary attempt in your election interference case. Your thoughts as... for a while, let's be honest, the court cases were very quiet. And then, oddly enough, a day after J.D. Vance has a great debate showing on Tuesday, Jack Smith drops this revelation on Wednesday. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, Jack Smith is a disgrace. And you look at him, it looks like his chin threw up. He's got a beard that looks like it hasn't been shaved in a long time. He looks like one of the Hezbollah people who got hit by the beepers. You know that? You see what happened? He's got one of those beards, and we like those people, not the terrorists. We like the nice people, but those are bad people. Those are really bad people, and we took care of them, didn't we? I created, as you know, the beeper bomb. We said we're going to make these beepers explode, and it's going to give them instant gender reassignment surgeries, and it worked very well. And you look at Jack Smith, and he's trying to resemble those people. You see that with that beard. It looks like his chin threw up, and he smells really bad. We've been in the same courtroom, and he really has a body odor problem like the Lincoln Project guy. What's his name? Rick Wilson. He stinks. He smells really bad. He's got a dandruff problem. He's got a lot of problems. They call it swamp ass, by the way. It's a really terrible thing. And that's what we mean by drain the swamp. We're going to drain that one, too. We'll see what happens. But we have Jack Smith. He ought to be ashamed of himself. He really ought to be ashamed. He's a disgrace. Everybody sees it for what it is. Election interference. They're interfering in the election like nobody's ever seen before. And we're going to beat it no matter what. But we're going to win the election, and then we're going to take out the trash. We're going to take out the trash. Jack Smith, Kamala Harris. We call her the hyena. She looks like a hyena, like the ones from The Lion King. The Lion King. I got along very well with Mufasa. What they did to him was horrible. I got along very well with Simba. You know that. They say Simba. And Rafiki, the baboon. He has the big, beautiful red ass. And he holds Simba up. And the Democrats are trying to turn his ass blue, by the way, with mail-in ballots. He really is a disgrace. But you see, Rafiki, I got along well. Timon and Pumbaa, they call me the Hakuna Matata president. You're going to have no worries for the rest of your days. Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Mamaga. It's incredible. It's an incredible thing. We love it. It means no worries for the rest of your days. No worries for the rest of your days. We get along well. Jack Smith is a disgrace. Kamala's a disgrace. And we're going to take care of these people on Election Day and win like nobody's ever seen.
It gets
Hakuna
Mr. President gets better and better every week. I didn't think that was possible.
I can't.
But nobody does a better job. We all know that. Nobody does. You didn't have to say that. I was going to say that. Nobody does a better job.
Crying. Butler, Pennsylvania, sir. You're back tomorrow. First time since, as you promised, you would return, and you're bringing friends such as Elon Musk.
We're bringing a lot of people. We're bringing a lot of friends. And the Secret Service, I hear, is bringing a lot of enemies, too, because they did that the last time. We're hoping for a tremendous event. No, seriously, we're hoping for a tremendous event. We want to pay our respects to Corey Comparator. He never should have lost his life, and he lost his life. But we're very excited to come back to Butler. You know, they say that's where I got my street cred. First it was the mug shot, then it was getting shot. And it was at Butler, Pennsylvania. So we're very happy to be there. And Elon is coming. I call him Big Rocket Man. We have Little Rocket Man in North Korea. He has very little rockets and a very little rocket. That much I can tell you. And mine is much bigger and it works a lot better. I can tell you that. But Elon is Big Rocket Man. We love him. He's a tremendous person, and we're very excited that he's going to be in attendance. We have so many other people who are coming. And you see what happened in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is doing a lot of great things. You look at Scott Pressler. I told him, Scott, you have to grow your hair longer than anybody's ever seen. And he did that. He's an iconic person. He's a tremendous person. And we're very excited to come back to Butler because the people won't talk about it. You know, I got shot. I got shot in the head. And there are crazy people who think it never happened, like Joy Reid, who, by the way, if she is on the screen, by the way, the ugliest person I think I've ever seen, Joy Reid.
Yeah, that's true.
But when she's on the screen, you have to wear your eclipse glasses. Remember when Chris Christie went in front of the sun and you had to wear the glasses? Prolonged exposure to Joy Reid and Rachel Madcow could cause retinal damage and explosive diarrhea. You don't want that, so wear your glasses. And these people say I was never shot. They say it never happened. Rosie O'Donnell, Keith Olbermann, they look like each other, by the way. And we haven't seen them in the same room together in a long time. We haven't seen them, so we'll see what happens. But they think it never happened. We're going back to Butler. We're going to talk about it. We're going to remember Corey Comparator. We're going to have a great rally. That much I can tell you.
Final one for you, Mr. President. We have the dock workers. They had the strike. It lasted 3 days. It's temporarily suspended until January 15th. And you were relatively quiet on that front. But this is not something that's going to go away permanently. And certainly if you win the election, this thing could unravel 5 days before you take over in the White House again. Your thoughts on what's playing out here and the impact that it could have on the economy?
Well, we love unions and we love docks. I built the ports. I built the docks. We love docks. I built the boats and the containers. And if I was in charge there, I'd just pick up the containers and move them ashore myself with my own 2 hands because I'm a very strong guy. I don't know if you know that. I'm a very strong person and a highly respected person. And we wanted to let them do it themselves. You know, we wanted to let them handle it themselves, and they handled it. And now they're going to have it on January 15th. If it continues into my presidency, we'll shut it down. We'll make it happen. We'll make it work. The American people are going to have their things one way or the other. But this is even more important. You know, you have all of these items coming from these other countries. We wouldn't have to worry about it if we made everything here. We wouldn't have to rely on China. We wouldn't have to rely on Russia. We wouldn't have to rely on Ukraine, all of these other countries. And you see the people. It says made in the USA. That was my idea, by the way, toilet paper. Made in the USA. And they're hoarding it like crazy. Just like during, remember that, the China virus. People were hoarding toilet paper. 15 days to slow the spread. 96 rolls. What the hell is wrong with you that you need that much toilet paper? I said, well, if you need 96 rolls, there's 2 outcomes. If you need 96 rolls of toilet paper for 15 days, you are either Chris Christie after a very bad milkshake and bad chicken, or you have a much bigger problem than the China virus. So we're very happy that the port workers are going back to work, and we think it's going to be just fine when I'm your president again.
There he is, Donald Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farish. Great stuff. As always, Sean's going to stick around into the 9 o'clock hour, get his thoughts on a lot of things from Jack Smith to J.D. Vance to Butler to also some of the media malpractice with Politico and ABC News. And Sean's got a beard as well.
Uh-oh.
It's a good beard. I actually like his beard.
3 beards.
We got a lot of beards on the show.
3 beards in one
shot. And
Yeah.
we don't have Tim Scott involved in this equation one way or the other, so we're good there.
Oh, boy.
We'll continue that, allegedly, on the other side. As we continue, Sean Ferrer stays with us for the 9 o'clock hour. Back after this.
I'm looking forward to my next meeting next week with the Chapman family team, getting some work done on the house. Who do I turn to? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Just love the work they've done in my home to make my doors, my windows look more beautiful, energy efficient. And they're really the ones I turn to. So they have experienced project consultants that really work with you. That's what I love about it. And so to go to the Chester County, their center there at chapmanwindowsdoors.com, and to go to their center in Chester County, we look at some of the items in person and then go to the computer. So that's what I love about it. It's all there that I can visualize it. And that's what I love about their experienced project consultants. They really have helped me in the past, and I hope will do so next week, choosing the perfect window, the perfect door, the perfect look for my home. Larry and I have lived in the same house in Chestnut Hill, my goodness, since I'm at, nearly 25 years of marriage. So if you are somebody you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, you want to give them a call. You want to text them. Get this on the calendar, 610-431-8898. They're local. They're like-minded. And all of the, best of the best as far as the ratings for them, the community awards. That's what you see with the Chapmans because they are people of integrity. And that means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to you. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you tired of relying on caffeine for a quick energy fix? There's a better way to revitalize your body from within. Introducing Oracine by Rescue Natural Supplements, the cellular energizer that helps your body produce its own natural fuel. Say goodbye to daily fatigue and hello to lasting energy. As a bonus, Oracine supports heart health, optimal blood pressure too. That's why you can't miss out on this exclusive radio offer. Buy 1 bottle of Oracine, get another absolutely free. Simply use the code FUEL when you place that order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Be sure to use that code FUEL, FUEL, for this buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Remember, use the code FUEL at res-q.com today.
Following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and say hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume from New Nordic.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company as we continue. Final hour here on a Friday. Glad to have all of you aboard. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Sean Farish with us. Before we get down to all the nuts and bolts of what we want to chop up here for the next 20 minutes, just curious how you're doing, considering Tennessee was certainly impacted in some way. Everything good down there your way?
Yeah, we're okay. We're in Middle Tennessee. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, a bunch of patriots are getting together, and we're collecting relief supplies for the hurricane. The Williamson County Republican Party, I've got a lot of friends in that party up here. It's in the Franklin area, Middle Tennessee. Yep. They're putting together a voter registration drive and a hurricane relief drive tomorrow. Obviously, the great Robbie Starbuck is bringing out there, the Hodge twins. A lot of people are coming together because the government's not, right? So if the government ain't going to do it, we might as well do it, or else nobody's going to do it. Mm-hmm. And but we're good. Middle Tennessee is okay. East Tennessee, like the easternmost portions of Tennessee, east of Knoxville, not okay. So it's going to take a lot. But this is why I love our country and I love this state. You know, when people are in need of help, we get together. Regardless of party, I don't care who you vote for, right? We've been saying that. I don't care who you vote for. Bring some supplies down. Let's help our brothers and sisters in need.
Nice work, man. Nice work indeed. Let's start with that. Your thoughts on Mayorkas coming out and saying 3 months ago, we're ready to go. We have everything we need. And then, of course, the hurricane comes and we're not going to be able to get through hurricane season. But, of course, money for this, money for that. America last. Your thoughts?
Look, I'm a huge fan of the weather. I've always been. Like, it's one of my favorite hobbies. And when I heard the other day that FEMA said that they're out of funding for the rest of hurricane season, I mean, if you're a Gulf Coast resident, or honestly a resident on in any areas that have been hit by storms before, whether it's, Hurricane Sandy in the Northeast, which was a very rare event, or, Katrina, Michael, Ian, Idalia, these storms that hit Florida and New Orleans, Hurricane Harvey in Texas, these late season storms. Hurricane season starts on June 1st. It ends on November 30th. And the peak is from late August all the way until really the end of October. I mean, Hurricane Sandy was the end of October. Hurricane Ian I'm sorry, Michael, a few years ago, 2018 was, I believe, made landfall on October 7th. So, these are the times where the storms form in the Gulf, and there's been speculation that there's been a few more that may be headed our way. And the fact that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, doesn't have the money to respond to these emergencies is alarming. And it's one thing if you don't have the money, maybe you've been dealt a bad hand, right? Maybe there's been an earthquake, a wildfire, flooding, hurricanes, and tornadoes that hit your country at the same time. And that's why you're out of funding. And in that case, I could say, you know what? But you guys are at least out there doing the right thing. And it's really unfortunate. Maybe we could put together a new relief effort or get some emergency funding for FEMA. But the fact that over the last couple of years, we've spent over $1 billion with a B on illegal immigrants, okay? People who have no legal claim to this country shouldn't be here. And that's why the folks in Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, areas of Georgia, areas of Florida aren't getting anything more than $750. If, by the way, their requests are approved, that's a slap in the face. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if you like Trump's personality or not, if you're upset with what he said on a bus with Billy Bush back in the day or not. You are told when you pay your taxes that this is going to be, on the flip side, your money working for you, to protect you, to help you if things go bad, national defense, military, first responders, roads, bridges, etc. And what we're seeing instead is our tax dollars being given to the government and dealt out to people who don't belong here. To the residents of North Carolina who are in a bad situation. Maybe you should just go to Mexico, cross the border, get your $2,500 debit card, get your free health care, get your free housing, get your free transportation, get your free food, instead of relying on the government to actually take care of American citizens. I mean, unfortunately, they have a better shot at getting help that way than doing what they're doing right now. And then when you have Buttigieg saying that private citizens can't fly drones, I get it. You don't want to get in the way, and it could do damage to government aircraft. I get that. But we're hearing that the government's out of money. So if you're too broke to help and you can't help, and there are people who want to help, why are you not letting them help? Well, I think the real reason is, the government wants to be the knight that rides in on the white horse and shining, armor and says, oh, we're helping you. Look, here we are. This is why government is great. And they don't want American people coming together, helping each other, because once American people link arms and start helping each other, they realize this government is pretty much useless. And if you can't tell that right now, I don't know what else needs to happen. I mean, I don't want to see anybody in these situations that we're seeing, Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, et cetera. But sometimes it's that type of wake-up call that people need to realize the person asking for 4 more years, who has mismanaged and brought this entire situation to our front door with the illegal immigration crisis, with FEMA spending money on these illegals that should have been stopped at the border, never should have been allowed in. You can't give her a promotion. You can't reward that performance with 4 more years on the job. I mean, you just can't do it. Think sports, right? I mean, again, Jet fan. When you have a quarterback who just is awful and he's like, well, I want, to continue to be the starter. Well, you're not giving us a chance to win. You're not helping us in any way. No, you're not the starter. We're moving on. And that's what needs to happen in November.
Let's get to a couple of the other characters out there. I want to start with old Dougie boy, Dougie Doritos. I've been told by the mainstream media that he and Tim Walz are reshaping what it means to be a man and masculinity. And, it's great that the lady leads the charge in the family. She's the headliner. She's the breadwinner. And then I find out that Doug Emhoff, while in his first marriage, cheated on his wife, impregnated the nanny. And now allegations coming out from 3 sources, 3 friends, as they call it technically, that Doug Emhoff has committed domestic violence in the past by slapping a former female that he had a relationship with right in the face. I don't know. That doesn't seem like masculinity to me, Sean, but then again, it's 2024 and we are living in an upside down world.
Yeah, that's not real masculinity, right? That's not chivalrous. There's nothing good about behaving that way. I want to be clear about my standards, okay? Accusations are accusations, okay? I still believe in innocent until proven guilty. Amen. However, the left came up with new rules with Brett Kavanaugh, right? Christine Blasey Ford, we call her Christine Blasey Fraud. That's what we call her. Christine Blasey Ford testified against Brett Kavanaugh, said that he raped her, but didn't remember any of it, or who was there, or where it was, or what year, or what time of day, or what time of year. But she was certain that it happened. And we were told those 3 words: believe all women. Those are their standards. Okay. Now, I believe in innocent until proven guilty for everybody. I would like to believe if someone levied accusations like that against me, they would not rush to judgment and give me a chance to clear my name.
Yep.
I'm willing to give Doug Emhoff that, because that's the way I believe it should be in this country. But to the left, this just exposes that hypocrisy, because when allegations come out about Mark Robinson, for instance, right, about what he might have done on a porn site years ago, they're like, oh, he's guilty, he's a horrible person, and that's it, that ends his career. But when allegations of domestic violence come out against Doug Emhoff, it's crickets. And this is the issue, right? It's the double think here. I just got done reading 1984 a couple weeks ago. It's the double think here that really drives me crazy. So look at Mark Robinson, right? The whole porn thing. So now porn is bad. It's not bad when it's in your kid's middle school library. It's fine. But when Mark Robinson, a black guy running for governor in North Carolina, may have been involved in something online 20 years ago, it's a horrible thing. He should be condemned for it. I don't like it. I don't watch it. I think it's bad for society. I think it's something that, we should do our best to eradicate, because all it does is increase depravity and just creates a lot of problems. It's like drugs. Okay. I think it's all bad. If Robinson did that 20 years ago, he should atone for that. Maybe he has. I have no idea. I don't know the guy personally. Emhoff, domestic violence. You never put your hands on a woman unless your life is in complete danger. And at that point, you still got to think about it, right? There is no excuse. You're drunk. You slap your girlfriend in the face. You leave her crying in a taxi cab. If that happened, you are a dirtbag, period. End of story. And I will say this. He's behaved like a dirtbag in the past with the nanny and this other stuff. So this wouldn't be out of character for him based on what we know. But what really bothers me is the fact that the left standards were believe all women. You've now got 3 women coming out saying he did this really horrible thing years ago, and nobody wants to talk about it. It just goes to show you that these people have no standards, none whatsoever, and they deserve absolutely no credibility from the American people. None. There is nothing. If they told me I could walk outside, get soaked, walk back in. If a liberal told me it was raining, I'd go back outside and check. I'm telling you, this is how I feel about them. These people are disgusting. They are deranged. They are, in many cases, evil. And you want to talk about a threat to democracy, threat to the country. It is that thought process. It is the lack of standards, the lack of a moral compass that's really going to sink the United States of America, not Donald Trump saying that he won the 2020 election.
That also might be a great way to characterize Politico. Excuse me, as I'm getting choked up here. I'm so bothered by this. Politico is an interesting publication. I thought the AP and ABC News had it in the tank for Democrats until I stumbled across Politico. So now the one that was a big deal yesterday, following the Veep debate, was this headline. Politico says, Tim Walz has a tendency to misspeak, and it may haunt the campaign. If I could rewrite that headline, I would have said, since coming onto the national scene 2 months ago, Tim Walz has shown that he's a pathological liar. Not selecting Josh Shapiro could prove fatal for Kamala Harris. That's how I would have written the headline if you're being honest and objective, something that Tim Walz obviously cannot do. But let's flip it around. If it's a Republican who's been on the scene for a cup of coffee for 8 weeks and all he does is lie and get exposed, he's varmint, he's scum, he's the bottom of the earth. But Tim Walz does it, and it's a tendency to misspeak, Sean.
Right. I mean, this is what we see. Look, you see the mainstream media actually covering for actual terrorists. Remember when Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, he died like a dog.
Like a dog.
Remember what the Washington Post said? An austere religious scholar.
Yes.
The New York Times came out with the Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Did you know that he's just a fat guy who likes to crack jokes? The New York Times said that. What is this, Santa Claus? He's the leader of Hezbollah. I mean, come on, this guy's killed the United States Marines. I understand. You want to take a non-interventionist stance or like a peace stance, Dove, Israel. Are they too imperialistic? I'll listen to your arguments. I may not agree with them, but I'll listen to them. But once you start eulogizing evil people, No, we have a problem. And this is what happened. So Donald Trump comes out and says, he gets a number slightly wrong. They're like, he's lying. He told 36,000 lies in the debate. Tim Walz outright admitted on that debate stage with J.D. Vance, I got the dates wrong. You didn't get the dates wrong. You lied about when you were there to score political points. This is the same thing with I carried weapons of war into war. No, you didn't. You've never been to war, right? This guy was one of the worst picks I think we could ever see. And the great Dawn Stensland, creative. She's a fantastic person. I have to say that. And we have to get to the bottom of the tuna heist. We got to find out where did it go? Nobody's talking about it. We'll find out about my assassination attempts before we find out about it. We have. No, she called it the Pennsylvania Passover, and it's 100% right. That's what happened. Yep. Josh Shapiro, if he was selected, the Democrats thought they'd lose Michigan. That's what it is. And you know what now? What would be sweeter than to watch Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all go the direction of Donald Trump because of how much of a disaster Tim Walz was? This is why I loved the J.D. Vance pick, and I wanted him to be the guy. Because, look, you hit him with the weird thing. They doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, and then you see him on the debate stage after people have been conditioned to hate him, and he is, even with snap polling, the clear and obvious winner of that debate. It's undoing all of that propaganda, those months of propaganda. It was undone in 90 minutes. You see J.D. Vance and you realize you can relate to that guy. He says he grew up in a middle-class family, a real middle-class family, not in a house that looked like the Taj Mahal in Canada, like Kamala Harris likes to say. He grew up in a real middle class. And if you look at his family, it may not even be middle class. You're dealing with poverty. Yeah. You're dealing with addiction. You're dealing with all sorts of different issues in Appalachia that J.D. Vance had to grow up through and rise above. And he did that. He joined the Marines. He started a business. He's now running to be the next vice president of the United States. That is the American dream. And that's why I wanted Trump to pick him, because he's not only relatable in that sense in terms of his upbringing, but he's relatable to the people who don't like Trump. He can sit down and say, hey, I know why you feel that way. I used to feel that way, but here's how I woke up. And that's why the Democrats don't want to let him out in front of these cameras. That's why they want to brand him as weird. That dude's a weapon, and he proved it on the debate stage. I don't know if I've ever seen a debate performance as good as that, other than you know who. We can look at that, and I can look at that, and I can say, whoa. You know, when you see a blue chip prospect just tearing it up in the majors, in the minors, you're like, I cannot wait for this guy to be in the major leagues. At this point in time, you look at J.D. Vance, you say, you know, I'm really excited about what the future holds for him. We'll just say that.
You know, I want to wrap with this, and I find this to be interesting. I read yesterday that the most medicated population in this country is Gen Z. But the second most medicated population are single, childless women 40 years and older. and this is, you can look it up. It's legit data.
They're all my friends.
And they are the group that hates Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, but specifically let's focus on Vance, you know, childless cat lady comments. And so they are the ones who try to say, well, like, I don't need to be told to have a husband and a family. I'm going to do it my way. God bless you. Knock yourself out. But when you're the second most medicated demographic in the country, I don't think you are as happy as you claim to be. And I think when they see they say that they hate J.D. Vance, but you look at J.D. Vance, 40 years old, on top of the world, nice beard, makes a lot of money. He's got a multiracial wife. He's got 3 kids. And he, like, let's be honest, like, if you're a girl and you're growing up and your dad's like, I want you to marry a wealthy, successful, happy man, like J.D. Vance, I mean, and you saw it Tuesday night, right? Like, he didn't come off like some right-wing kook. No. He came off like a common-sense, well-spoken, mild-mannered Midwestern guy. I think secretly the women that are going to vote against him, that publicly say that they hate him, actually wish they had a husband like that in their life. Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, you're not crazy for thinking that. And I like to ask this, you know, you have a daughter, and, you know, it's like, who do you want your daughter coming home with? Somebody like Doug Emhoff and what we know about him, or somebody like J.D. Vance?
Just not Greg Stocker.
We'll see what happens. He's got beautiful hair too, I can tell you, and a beard as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
But we have, you know, that's the question, right? Who do you really want? You know, would you really be upset if your daughter found somebody like a JD Vance and decided that's the person they want to spend the rest of their life with, I really don't think a lot of people would be upset with that. I don't in their heart of hearts.
Hell, if my wife keeps it up, I'm going to look for a JD Vance myself.
There you go. I mean, look, you got to do what you got. I don't listen. I don't support the lifestyle. Harry sis and May, but it is what it is. Okay, it's whatever. And listen, that's
just a spoon. He just means to spoon.
Yeah.
That's all. It's just a little romance. It's fine. But there was a story, broke a report actually. 6 in 10 liberal women have a mental disorder. Like, that's not a joke. There's a report that came out yesterday, and I'm not trying to. I mean, this is not the way to win those voters.
No, of course not. No.
Like, yeah, it is. But like, I don't think we're going to win them anyway. The liberals, right? The independents, yes. But 6 in 10, like the blue hairs, like, men can get pregnant. We're not changing it. If you believe men can have babies, I'm not changing your mind. I'm moving on to the next person. I've done sales long enough to know I'm not selling that person. So we're just going to move on. We're going to cut our losses. JD Vance is probably one of the most likable people in American politics. If the media is taken out of the equation, there's nothing. I mean, look, he made past comments about Donald Trump I don't agree with, but he admitted that they're wrong. It takes a lot of, to do that. There are certain stances, I'm sure, that JD Vance has. Maybe it's in the abortion arena. Maybe it's in the foreign policy arena that I don't necessarily agree with 100%. But the guy is literally the American dream. Like, this is what a lot of people should tell their kids. Like, you want to grow up to be like this guy, right? Maybe not agree with everything that he says, but have that life, have that, reach that level of success, do that much to boost your family and to provide for others and to grow the next generation of this country. That's what you want. I mean, and for people to look at JD and say, well, he's weird and I don't like, he said childless cat lays, shush. And look at what this guy has accomplished and tell me you don't want that for people in your family or for yourself. Of course you do. So, it bothers me to no end to see the character assassination of this guy. But the fact that they went so hard on doing that, they needed him to have a really bad night. They needed him to look like a goofy, weird, goober type guy. Mm-hmm. And instead, Walz did that. And Vance came across, even Kristen Welker on NBC said he came across too likable and Democrats are panicking, and they should. He's a weapon. And you know what? We call him Mr. October. Okay? He's a great guy. I think you're going to watch this guy over the course of the next, 30 days. He's going to put on a show for all of us. And he's going to be a real asset for the Trump campaign.
By the way, guys, more details to follow, but I can say with pretty much confidence with that on Friday, October 25th at the South Jersey FOP Lodge 56, we will do a live broadcast from there. Sean Farish will be will be here live with us doing a mock debate. South Jersey, Berlin, New Jersey, we're coming to you. The FOP Lodge 56, Friday, October 25th.
That's right.
More details next week, how you can get tickets and all that, because it's going to be a limited number of tickets that are going to be able to come out for that. But looking forward to that.
Yes, indeed. Sean Farish, great stuff, brother. You have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week, and we'll have you, I think, Tuesday on the show, correct?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Tuesday the 8th.
Yes.
Nice. We're in there, so everybody buckle up. We're going to have a good time.
All right. Man. Love you, brother. Take care.
Have a great weekend, guys. Thanks.
Sean Farish with us as he is every Friday. He will be in with Dawn and I on Tuesday with soccer having a day off. And then October 25th, Sean Farish will be with us.
Hang on. Not a day off. I'm going to New York for business, okay? I'm not having a day
I didn't
off.
want to air out your laundry.
What are you doing?
You're just not going to be present with us.
What are you doing?
Well, I mean, from all of these conspiracy internet stories I hear, I have to go look for a job. Because somebody's coming for all of our jobs.
Well, that's you wouldn't believe my phone has been blowing up with all that stuff.
I've stopped answering it.
I'm actually going to go. I'm actually going to work for ABC News. So
yeah,
I'm going to interview with them.
You're taking over for Basil.
Hey.
All right.
Oh God, what is going to happen? The FCC commissioner told me this. Shut up.
Yeah, I think you guys were in on that tweet last night that we got sent from one nut job about, I don't want to bring it up, but you guys probably we've already addressed it. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We will get to our morning mystery movie clip.
Why don't we do it now?
Let's do it right now. What the hell? What do we got?
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Man ain't afraid to get his hands dirty.
I ain't afraid to get them dirty, and I ain't afraid to get them bloody, baby. I ain't afraid of a thing. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm a member of a brotherhood. Now go around and get a big stone or something. Chalk up this back.
Want some help?
$10 each new member. 10% of the first year's dues.
That's what you make?
But I'm gonna pay you. You come in with me. I want to tell you something.
Well, listen, any man ain't afraid to get his hands dirty. Best man I ever seen go out of his way to help a trucker change a tire.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a final chance for you to get a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan on October 18th at the Miller Theater in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale right now. Ticketmaster.com. If you can identify that Daggert-approved clip, 855-839-1210. Caller number 12. You're going to receive those tickets. Back after this with our winner, Dawn's Big Three, the cut sheet, voicemails, and a lot of shenanigans before we get out of here in about 30 minutes on Kayal and Company.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2016. What impressed me about the Crash Proof events was that Phil presented us with hard facts. It's just impossible to have a steady income from the stock market. If the market crashes, I would lose most of my retirement money. With Crash Proof Retirement, I'll take money out to go on a cruise and I'll still have money in my accounts. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, because I can take the money out and the interest keeps building money for me in my Crash Proof accounts. And I have not had to pay any fees. My money is safe and it's not going to be dwindle away in the stock market. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I've got peace of mind, so I can take all the cruises I want.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Getting near dawn when lights close the tired eyes.
Duty. Yeah, Kayal and Company. Busy Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great day. The weekend upon us. Red October tomorrow. Phillies at 4:08. Trump and Butler. Going to be a busy, beautiful weekend. 855-839-1210. We still have a lot to get to. Dawn's Big Three, the cut sheet, the voicemails, today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, all still ahead. But first, let's find out what movie we just played for you. And Bob is in Washington Crossing, and he knows the clip. Bob, good morning. What did we just play for you, sir?
You played Hoffa, Jack Nicholson talking in the movie Hoffa.
That is correct, sir. Congratulations. Woo! Nice work. You've got the last pair of tickets to comedian Brian Regan.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome, Bob. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for listening and playing. All right, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one on this Friday, October 4th, Democrat Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro making national news. He's accused of using public funds to do a training camp for overwhelmingly liberal social media influencers on how they can get their audience to vote in the 2024 election. And this is according to the latest investigative report. The one who has picked up on this here in Pennsylvania is actually Pennsylvania State Representative Seth Grove. So he is the top Republican on the PA House Appropriations Committee. He's speaking out, and he's saying that Democrats, and in particular the campaign money of Governor Josh Shapiro, that campaign should pay for this. The taxpayers, this is a fleecing of Pennsylvanians, a waste, a total waste of Pennsylvania tax dollars. And he's saying, he wants transparency, but he wants the Democrats and the DNC to reimburse thousands of dollars that went for this to our taxpayers here in PA.
Well, not surprising when your candidate, Kamala Harris, is a social media creation. I mean, so I'm kind of not surprised by that at all. I think because you sent this to us last night in our group text. Wasn't this also reported on or written about by Meg Brock from the Daily Caller, local Bucks County lady?
Yeah, so this was an investigation. It started with, Meg does one of her, as she did in Bucks County, and by the way, is still being dragged through the courts, even after people in Bucks County have been ordered to produce the documents that she asked. But this is a Freedom of Information request, got those records and all the documentation and released all of this, and then received the comments from officials here in Pennsylvania.
We always talk about whether or not polls are true and, is Trump really at 20% with a black vote? Is he at this percent? Are Democrats in this spot? Greg laid out the scenario. Is it possible? Is there any scenario in which Casey wins, but Trump wins the general election? Do we think any of these investments in social media influencers on either side of the political aisle pay dividends? Whether it's Shapiro funneling this money for social media boot camp, or even like Trump getting, out to the Theo Vons of the world and bringing in Barron Trump and his little buddy for the social media stuff. Do we think that really impacts the election? I've always wondered that.
Weave in what you and Sean were just saying about some of these studies that reinforce studies from 2 years ago that the 6 in 10 liberal women, and actually they say liberal white women, are on these mental health meds or have a diagnosed mental health issue. So you're on medication, you're depressed, you're already down, and so you see these influencers who you follow, and they're telling you, hey, you woman, you can do something for your country. You can protect democracy, save democracy. You're already down. You're looking for something where you can feel good about you did something. And so, yes, I think it does appeal. I think it's really sick and twisted if you think about this, but that's who they want to appeal to right there.
Yeah, good point.
So that's a sin.
Yeah, we're going to have to stay up on this story and see what transpires with it. I'm assuming a whole bunch of nothing, but it's a good catch for sure.
It really is. And once again, Meg Brock, who started out as, a mom in the burbs who just wanted transparency for her kids, her young kids in school, and has turned into, I think, one of the best journalists in America, quite frankly.
She's found not only a passion, but kind of maybe, I don't think she does this full time, but maybe she could. These are the people that remember I played you the clip yesterday in the Big Take of John Kerry. He's like, it's more difficult to govern than ever before because people are not going to the old sources. Yeah, people are going to people without an agenda that aren't being pimped and paid by big pharma.
Yeah, so she's a person of integrity. I love that you said that because I think journalism lives in people like Meg Brock. It lives, but it's going to look very different.
And that was the original creation and point behind the media and the journalists, to hold those in power accountable. Not to advocate and be like that guy for MSNBC who says, yeah, we just basically say whatever the Democrat Party emails us. Great.
True. Number 2, and part of this is that, this is the claim, according to these documents, 0 Republican influencers were invited to this little camp held by, Governor Josh Shapiro's office and Democrats here in PA. 0 Republicans invited, and 70% very liberal, 30% not. They called themselves apolitical, but 0 Republicans. So what were they pushing? That's the next question, and I'll make that the number 2 in the big 3. Is that one of the things they're pushing is that, number 1, they're saying all Republicans are going to get rid of Medicaid or Social Security, which is just stupid. Yeah. Nobody's done that.
Trump's not going to tax Social Security, for God's sake.
No, so it's just stupid. But the thing that so I looked up Wikipedia. Do you know that because they're pushing within these influencers, a big thing was, push Project 2025, this dangerous Trump policy. Even Wikipedia, at the top of the banner, when you look up Project 2025, and at the top of the page, quote, not to be confused with Donald Trump's package of proposals, Agenda 47. So good for them that even Wikipedia, for people who go and actually do the research, at the top of that page says don't confuse this with the Trump or GOP agenda.
Yes.
Kudos to them.
I just typed it in. Yes, it says, quote, right at the top, Project 2025 redirects here for the telecommunications standard. See hyperlink Project 2025, not to be confused with Donald Trump's package of proposals, hyperlink Agenda 47. Ah, good for them. I didn't have that on my 2024 social media internet browser bingo card.
And number 3, we mentioned Pete. We briefly mentioned this, but this is something that I think deserves to be highlighted, and that is these farmers in North Carolina who immediately went into action long before. This was, I guess, while Joe Biden, our president, was in Delaware, and I forget where our vice president, Kamala Harris, was, but farmers in North Carolina and across the South, in an immediate answer to this historic storm that is sweeping southern states and started out in northern Florida, they went out with their agriculture drones, and they are rescuing people and saving lives. And so they have been going out into these rural areas using their agricultural drones. They're loading up their trucks and driving to the point which they can to bring life-saving supplies to people. And that's why it became such a big story then that our Pete Buttigieg in the Biden-Harris administration said, no, you are not allowed to use any private drones because it somehow interrupts the FEMA operations. This has outraged people across the South in saying, where is FEMA? Where is the support of this administration? But these farmers being hailed as heroes.
Well, it makes you also wonder why they don't want those drones up there, because if an independent person flies the drone, gets footage of an area that's been destroyed with no boots on the ground, then that footage gets uploaded to social media, and then they have to sit there and try to spin why FEMA is not on the ground in said area. It really actually proves, and it also makes them look bad, right?
It's so true that because some of these drones can certainly take the pictures, and that is where we're getting some of these images of these devastated areas. But these farmers, when they're clearing fields and fallen trees and they repurpose their agricultural drones for disaster relief and have mobilized. They're being hailed as heroes, especially in the Asheville, North Carolina region, Western North Carolina. And you're right, providing some of those pictures that nobody else has.
Yes.
So that's our big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, maybe squeeze in a cut or so, and then we'll get to your voicemails. And also, what occurred today in music history and what is on tap for the Dawn Show. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future.
starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Voicemails coming up in just a moment as we roll on. Kayal and Company, Dawn Show in about 15 minutes. Plus, today in music history, all still on the way. But we'll wrap up with a call out in Collegeville with the greatest name in the history of names, Nick in Collegeville. For
God's sake.
Nick, he might have even been born in 1984 as well, which would make it a double win. Nick, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good, thank you.
What do you got today for me, sir? Go ahead. Fire away.
Just one thing. I wanted to comment on that Shapiro thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Josh Shapiro was canceled by the Democrats for vice president, and yet he still goes on and does their bidding. I just don't get it. He can never run for public office above the state level now, and he'll still go out because they can't, even though they canceled him. I'll just hang up and hear you speak on it.
Thanks. Well, no, I agree, and I said this many, many times, that if he was not Jewish, there is no question in my mind that he is Kamala's vice president. But even if you remove and also because of Pennsylvania and the importance of getting the 270 electoral college votes, but the reality is this: if you are Kamala Harris and you are not, let's remove religion, faith, nationality, everything that is Shapiro's background. If you're Kamala, think about this, right? If you're Barack, you picked Joe because Joe's not going to upstage you. Joe picked Kamala. Kamala can't upstage Joe. Now, she just got installed over Joe. But you know what Tim Walz doesn't do? He doesn't make Kamala Harris look dumber than she already is, because Tim Walz is Mr. Potato Head. If you have Josh Shapiro, people are going to be like, wait a minute, why is this guy not the top of the ticket over Kamala Harris? So, yes, I do think the Jewish factor played in. I think it's the main reason. But I think a close second is the fact that he's far more impressive than Kamala Harris. And she has an ego, and she doesn't want to be upstaged. So I think that factors in as well.
There's also another factor, as much as I do think it was the Pennsylvania Passover, and he was passed over because he is Jewish, but he's also being punished. Even though he line item vetoed to pass the Pennsylvania budget, he line item vetoed a line in there that would have given the poorest children in Pennsylvania, poorest performing and poorest by the amount of money that their family brings in, denied giving them those school vouchers, which he promised as a campaign promise. The teachers union is furious at him that he made that a campaign promise, that he even went on Fox News and they praised him for that.
It really pisses me off.
It it did. It peed her off, and that's a little spank and a slight at him that they're punishing him and making him sit out in the corner because the teachers union was furious.
Some of us like a spank and a slight from time to time. All right. Let's get to your voicemails.
Way too much information for there. All right.
Hello, I want to point out in 2016 in Pennsylvania, Trump won the election, and so did Bob Casey. So that could happen again this year.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Stalker, I know you said 0% chance, but it's crazy times.
I just can't imagine somebody. Well, I know people are saying there's a lot of union voters who would go in and vote for Trump, and like the Casey name, it would still vote for him. So
Okay.
I get it. I just don't see it happening.
Yep. All right.
I'm just listening to this now because I'm catching it at the end of my day. You celebrate your anniversary after you complete the year. So hence, today was your 2-year anniversary.
And also the beginning of year 3.
You begin your 3rd year of your show on your 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
At the end of your 3rd year, it will be your 3-year anniversary, beginning your 4th year.
Right.
Just like when you say, hey, 4th and final hour is at 9 a.m.
Yep.
That's your 4th and final hour.
We
You've ended
completed the
3
first
hours.
3. Yeah.
Now it's your 4th and final.
Yep. Totally agree.
Have a good day. I love you all.
Love you too.
John Stenglen is gorgeous.
Yes.
Thank you, baby. Love you.
Hey, he didn't say anything that was inaccurate. Although I'm not sure who he's in agreement with, Stalker or myself. I don't know.
I think technically we're both correct. I think Johnny Z from Mulligan's in Wildwood said it correctly.
Yes.
He says, you are correct, Nick Kayal, and Greg is also correct. We're both correct.
Yes. We're both correct, and Dawn's beautiful. That's the whole concept of the show.
Made my day.
It's like MSNBC. I just told you the secret to the sauce.
FEMA lacks the funds to help North Carolina because the Biden administration used those funds to house the illegal immigrants to help non-citizens.
Yep. You've got to figure it out. All the headlines I gave you around 6:35. If you missed it on YouTube, you can go back. You'll see the graphic. 5 headlines from FEMA, from their specific press releases. 114 million here, 300 million there. Headlines from Politico. You get it's like a salary cap, right? You have a certain budget to work with, and they decided to invest it all in non-American stuff.
Oh, Kamala got her job thanks to DEI. Though she's dumb as a doorknob, thanks to DEI. With a checkbox here and a checkbox there, here a box, there a box, everywhere a checkbox. Oh, Kamala got her job thanks to DEI. And oh, Kamala gets along thanks to DEI. Plays the race card all day long, never has to try. With a race card here and a race card there, here a card, there a card, never had to work hard. Oh, Kamala gets along thanks to DEI. And oh, Kamala gets a pass thanks to DEI. Makes believe she's middle class. What a pack of lies. With a big lie here and a big lie there. Here a lie, there a lie. Never served French fries. Play the game here and play the game there. Left wing ding-a-ling. Never done anything. Oh, Kamala.
Man.
Wow, this is...
Thanks to DEI.
Wow. What a way to end the week, huh? Man. That is amazing.
That was awesome.
That's music. Try topping that, Philip. What do you got lined up?
Well, hang on.
Oh, yeah, put his mic on. This is like,
I have to follow that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He was like J.D. Vance at the debate for a moment. The mics were cut off. Unbelievable.
I have to. We need to. For those watching on YouTube, we have to find a better shot for this because my microphone is in the way for him. So I'm going to swing this over. So
he could come in with me.
Yeah,
that's all right. All right, you want to do this?
Yeah, let's do it. Live edition once again of Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, October 4th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jim Fielder from Blood, Sweat, and Tears, who's 77, and Chris Lowe from the Pet Shop Boys, who's 65. We also lost Loretta Lynn on this day in 2022, Paul Revere of Paul Revere and the Raiders in 2014, Mike Gibbons, drummer for Badfinger in 2005, and Janis Joplin, who's in the 27 Club in 1970. Sings a live version of Hallowed Be Thy Name from Iron Maiden off a real live Dead one in 95. Actually, 93, excuse me. And This Is War by Alter Bridge in 2022. Albums include Vicious Circle by LA Guns in 94. Shovel-Headed Kill Machine by Exodus in 2005. In 96, Dio released Angered Machines in Japan. And in 94, Bon Jovi released their first greatest hits album, Crossroad. Also in 82, the Smiths made their live debut. In 80, Queen was atop the singles chart with Another One Bites Dust. In 68, Cream begins their farewell tour. And in 86, Dan Rather is attacked by a man who hits him from behind, repeating the phrase, "Kenneth, what is the frequency?" prompting REM to, of course, write the song, "What's the Frequency, Kenneth?" But lastly, for those who like to collect or buy vinyl, the list for Black Friday's Record Store Day is currently out. At the top of my list is Live in Dallas 91 by Van Halen. And I did get Oasis tickets yesterday. So, for Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is. 2 for 2. Phil Almquist.
You're the man.
Live today in music history.
Where's Oasis playing?
MetLife Stadium. They are not coming to Philly.
Stop. MetLife Stadium. I spent too much time there.
He goes there like I make a trip to the liquor store in Bluebell.
But for the record, am I always here when I need to be? Yes, I am.
Of course.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
You are.
You're the gem of 1210.
You are.
He's the gem of attendance.
He's the gem of 1210.
Yeah, wait, did you just
Thanks to DEI. No, it's not.
All right, I'll get out of here.
Quickly, before we get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show, I think we do owe the audience predictions. Phillies playoff baseball starts tomorrow. Best of 5 against the Mets. And I checked that. It's not best of 7, unlike last year when I got that wrong. So I'll go Phillies in 4. 3 games to 1. I don't know how the games will play out one by one, but they'll win 3 out of 4 in a best of 5.
I'm going to go the Phillies. I'm going to stick with you, Phillies in 4. I think they'll split the weekend. I think the Mets will take 1 and the Phillies will take 1 Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, Dawn Stenslin, Phillies Mets, your series prediction?
I think Phillies in 4.
Wow, look at us, all 4 of us.
How about that? There you go. All right, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, top of the hour?
Yeah.
So we have an incredible show, the very latest as far as these heart-wrenching rescue efforts. We have great interviews lined up for you coming up at, 10:30. We have the Trump campaign. We're talking about the Bob Casey, CaseyLies.com, McCormick debate, and we'll do some previews for Butler, PA tomorrow. What can you expect? So we'll talk policy, too, with our friend Andre Bellevue, who's going to join us. He's the policy expert and really break down for us about economic impact. He's just somebody who can really verbalize what's going on here as far as the strike that's not settled. Remember, it's just suspended. And then also what's going on with FEMA. All of that and so much more. I hope you join me, and we'll be live on YouTube, too.
Yeah.
We'll continue, baby.
Woo-hoo.
Okay, looking forward to that. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Enjoy your Phillies tomorrow.
Hope you get spanked.
Hope you get spanked.
What?
He said he...
Okay.
Trump is back in Butler. I've got 2 predictions. The Phillies are going to win tomorrow, and nobody will shoot at Donald Trump. So it should be good
Jesus.
weekend. Yes.
Man.
And enjoy the weather. You're likely to stay dry, but
Yes.
it's not thanks to DEI.
Good night, everybody.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax